It's indictment number 19-020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Decker, Deputy First Assistant Prosecutor.
Morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
All right, good morning.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Andy Murray, also for Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right, so good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Nicely done. All right, so we're going to start off. The first thing that we have to do is we have to swear you in as jurors. So I'm going to ask for you all to do me a favor. I want you to stand up. I want you to assume that you have a ceremonial Bible in front of you. I want you to put your left hand on that ceremonial Bible. Raise your right hand and listen to my clerk.
Well, I'm going to just call you by juror number, not by name. And respond by saying I swear or affirm that you will try the matter a true verdict according to the evidence.
I do.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm?
You don't have to ask it every single time. Everyone heard what was just asked of juror number 1? Juror number 2?
I do.
Juror number 3?
I do.
You can sit down after I say your name. Juror number 4?
I do.
Juror number 5?
I do.
Juror number 6?
I do.
Juror number 7?
I do.
Juror number 8?
I do.
Juror number 9?
I do.
Juror number 10?
I do.
Juror number 11?
I do.
Juror number 12?
I do.
Juror number 13?
I do.
Juror number 14?
I do.
Juror number 15?
I do.
Juror number 16?
I do.
Okay, the jury is sworn and we're ready to proceed. We will now start with the opening statements as I described them to you on Friday, and we'll start with the prosecution. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. On November 20th of 2018, the defendant, right over here, murdered a family of 4 in their own home. His younger brother, Keith, Keith's wife, Jennifer, and Keith and Jennifer's 2 children. The defendant's 11-year-old nephew, Jesse, and his 8-year-old niece, Sophia. He waited until dark, until the early morning hours after midnight, and he came prepared. He armed himself with a loaded handgun. He wore black nitro gloves on his hands, and he snuck up on the family while they slept. He drove his car. It was a white Porsche Macan to their home in Colts Neck, 15 Willowbrook Road. When he arrived, he turned off the generator to their home, and then he cut the power to the house from the outside by removing the electrical meter. And then he waited in the dark, waited in the shadows, waited for his brother Keith to come outside. Sure enough, when Keith came out to check the generator, the defendant gunned him down. The defendant pointed that loaded handgun at his brother, and he pulled the trigger 6 times. 5 of those shots hit Keith. He got him in the lower back and multiple times in the head. Once Keith was out of the way, executed on the spot, no longer able to protect his family, the defendant then went inside his brother's house, a home he'd been in countless times before, a home, you'll learn, he knew like the back of his hand, a home where Keith's wife and children were. And in there, in the chaos and confusion of having been awoken from sleep, in the shock and terror of having their home invaded, and in the dark, the defendant hunted them down. He stabbed his sister-in-law, Jennifer, multiple times in her back, her chest, and her abdomen, and he shot her in the head. He stabbed his nephew, Jesse, multiple times in his upper body and threw his arm into his chest. And he stabbed his niece, Sophia, 17 times over her entire 45-pound body, including deep stab wounds in her face and the top of her head. And when he was all finished, he went into the basement, inside of the cedar closet, where he started a fire. It was a slow-burning fire that smoked and smoldered for hours before anyone was alerted to it. He cut the Verizon fiber optic line in the basement that fed into the optical network terminal, and then he left. He drove back to his own home at 27 Tilton Drive in Ocean Township, about 20 minutes away, where his own wife and 2 adult daughters were sleeping. He took the gun he used, and he swapped out the barrel. So one of the things you're going to learn during the course of this trial is that bullets travel through the barrel of a gun, and ballistically, the bullets can be matched up to the barrel, while the shell casings can be matched up to the gun itself. What the evidence will show is that the defendant removed the barrel from the gun he used, and he replaced it with a different barrel. And then he put the gun away inside of a metal locker in his basement. He took off his clothing, including his blood-stained jeans and his bloody black nitrile gloves. He put them all in a pile in his basement underneath a window well. And then he went outside around back to that basement window well, just above where that pile was. And he started a fire there too. Except this time the defendant got his own family out, safe and sound. Now, Jesse and Sophia, on the other hand, were not safe or sound. What you're going to learn is that while their parents, Keith and Jennifer, were both deceased at the time the defendant set fire to their home, both having sustained fatal gunshot wounds to the head, those children were still alive. The medical examiners are going to tell you that the children's autopsies revealed that in addition to being stabbed repeatedly, they also exhibited signs of smoke inhalation. And so the evidence will show that Jesse and Sophia were still alive and breathing after their uncle repeatedly stabbed them, still alive and breathing after their uncle set fire to their home and left them, still alive and breathing as the smoke began to rise from the basement. And that, you will learn, is how those 2 children spent the final moments of their lives, bleeding to death and inhaling smoke. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to the defendant, Paul Caneiro. So one of the things you're going to learn during the course of this trial about Uncle Paul is what motivated him. What motivated him on November 20th of 2018 to do what he did? And that, the evidence will show, came down to none other than greed and desperation. We're going to talk more about the motive evidence shortly. But before we do that, it's important to understand how the investigation of this case began and some of the other evidence that it revealed. So let's pick up where we left off. You're going to learn that the defendant arrived back home to 27 Tilton Drive in Ocean Township in his white Porsche Macan at 4:08 a.m. A little less than an hour later, at 5:02 a.m., the Ocean Township Police Department received an alert for a basement fire alarm activation at the defendant's residence. The first couple of patrolmen were on scene within a few minutes. The defendant, his wife Susan, and their 2 daughters, Caitlin and Marissa, were seated in a car. It was Susan's car. It was a Porsche Cayenne, and it was parked across the street from their house. Now, you're going to get to see photos of 27 Tilton Drive. But just to give you a visual, it was a 2-story house with a full basement and an attached garage. So if you're facing the house, the garage would be all the way to the left, and there was a driveway that wrapped around and went right up to those garage doors. Now, parked in the driveway that morning were multiple cars, including the defendant's white Porsche Macan. It was actually a loaner car, and it was parked facing that last garage door, closest to the left. Now, the fire was on the complete opposite side of the house. So again, if you're facing the house, the fire would be all the way to the right and around back, in that back right corner, right in that basement window well. The fire ended up traveling all the way into the attic and spreading. And to make matters worse, the fire had been set right near the natural gas meter. So when the first couple of patrolmen arrived on scene and saw this, they quickly began evacuating the neighboring houses. Now you're going to learn about two other areas of fire at the defendant's house that morning. The second area of fire was back over by the garage. When the first couple of patrolmen arrived on scene, they saw and they quickly extinguished this tiny little fire right at the bottom corner of the garage door. And then the third area of fire that morning was actually the Porsche Macan itself. It had burn marks all over it. Now, in addition, you're going to learn about some items of evidence that were collected from the driveway and garage area that morning. You're going to hear that there was a red gasoline can with a melted nozzle lying near the garage door by the Porsche Macan, that there was a charred, dark-colored glove located in the driveway, and in the back seat of the defendant's Porsche Macan, officers located a little piece of what appeared to be a black nitrile glove. In addition, you're going to learn that a DVR recording system was collected from the defendant's garage that morning. Now, everyone was on scene for several hours that morning, including the defendant and his family, and during that time, officers and fire investigators were making efforts to determine how the fires might have started. Remember, they knew nothing about what had occurred earlier in Colts Neck at that point. They spoke to several individuals on scene, including the defendant, and you'll get to hear about the full extent of the conversations they had with him. But basically what he told them was that he was awoken to the fire alarms going off, that he saw smoke coming through the vents, that he collected his family, and that they all exited the house. He tells them that he later went back inside of the house, into the garage, and backed out Susan's car. It was the Porsche Cayenne that they were all sitting in. He also tells officers that he hurt his hand somehow, that he banged it on something on the way outside of the house. And officers observed, and you'll get to see pictures of the back of the defendant's left hand. There appeared to be some sort of an injury to it. Now, time goes by. It gets to be about 11:45 a.m., and detectives ask the defendant and his family if they would come to the Ocean Township Police Department to speak further, and they agreed. They drive in Susan's Porsche Cayenne, again, the car that the defendant had backed out of the driveway. They take that car, and they drive to the Ocean Township Police Department, and they arrive there at about noon. Shortly thereafter, while the defendant and his family are seated in the lobby of the Ocean Township Police Department, detectives receive notification of another structure fire in Monmouth County, 15 Willowbrook Road in Colts Neck. And not only that, but they learn that there's a deceased body on the lawn, and that the homeowner's name is Keith Caneiro. Pretty soon they learn that Keith and the defendant are brothers. So let's pause there for a moment now, because we have two crime scenes. We just discussed 27 Tilton Drive in Ocean Township. So let's move over now to 15 Willowbrook Road in Colts Neck. The police were first alerted to 15 Willowbrook Road by a 12:33 p.m. 911 call from a neighbor who reported seeing smoke coming from the residence and a deceased body on the lawn. The first couple of patrolmen were on scene within a few minutes. Keith Caneiro's body was lying face down in the grass. The hood of his sweatshirt had been pulled up over his head, and there was blood pooled and congealed near his head. Signs of rigor mortis had set in, and Keith's cell phone was lying in the grass near his body. The first couple of officers on scene attempted to make entry into the house, but there was too much smoke. Shortly thereafter, when firefighters arrived, they made entry. Visibility was basically zero, but what they located inside of the home were the deceased bodies of 3 more individuals. It was the rest of Keith's family. His wife, Jennifer's body was located on the landing of a set of stairs in the foyer that led down to the basement. Her body was burned beyond any recognition. Their daughter, Sophia's body, was located on the landing of an adjacent set of stairs that led up to the second floor bedrooms, essentially right above her mom. And their son, Jesse's body, was located in the kitchen not too far away. Now, you're going to get to also see photos of 15 Willowbrook Road, both the inside and outside of the house. But just to give you a general description, it was a large house. It sat at the end of a long driveway about 250 feet off of the road. had 2 stories, a full basement, and an attached 3-car garage. Now, there was this area near the house. If you're facing the house, it would be all the way on the right side of the house, and it was surrounded by shrubs. Behind those shrubs was where the whole house generator was located. It was large, as well as the electrical meter. What investigators found when they arrived on scene was that the generator had been switched to the off position and that the electrical meter had been physically removed and was lying on the ground. Keith Caneiro's body was not too far away in that same area, as were multiple bullets and shell casings. Now, inside of the house, in the basement, there was a cedar closet, and inside of that cedar closet was determined to be the area of origin of fire. Also in the basement is where that severed Verizon fiber optic line was located. It had been physically cut. Additionally, there were some other items of evidence collected from the house, some items of ballistic evidence, as well as a kitchen knife from the butcher's block that was located in the foyer where Jennifer's body was. Now, based upon this evidence, as well as other evidence that you're going to learn about, including video surveillance footage that was pulled from certain areas near the defendant's house, you're going to hear about certain times during the course of this trial that are going to become highly relevant. Mr. Decker is going to talk to you a lot about that timeline in his closing argument. But essentially what you're going to see is a timeline start to form. I'm going to talk to you about just some of those relevant times now. But before I do that, let me first say this about the video surveillance footage. You're going to have the opportunity to watch it. And what is depicted on there is for you and you alone to decide. Not the officers who testify about it, not anyone else. However, what the state submits that you will be able to glean from that video surveillance footage in conjunction with the surrounding testimony and all of the other evidence is the following. The state submits that you will see at 2:06 a.m. the defendant's white Porsche Macan leave the area of his driveway and drive off. You are going to learn that the drive time between the defendant's residence and 15 Willowbrook Road is approximately 20 minutes. You are going to hear that at 2:52 a.m., power was lost to 15 Willowbrook Road. You're going to learn that between 3:14 and 3:18 a.m., a series of 4 text messages were sent from Keith Caneiro's cell phone to his brother's cell phone, advising that his power was out, that he'd gone into the basement. The last text message being sent at 3:18 a.m. stating, going outside to check the generator. You're going to learn that at about 3:30 a.m., a 911 call was placed from a resident in Colts Neck who reported having heard, a few minutes prior, 6 gunshots. You're going to learn that at 3:42 a.m., the FiOS optical network terminal in Keith's basement went out of service. The state submits you will see at 4:08 a.m., the defendant's white Porsche Macan return to the area of his residence and his driveway. And of course, that brings us to 5:02 a.m., when the Ocean Township Police Department received that alert for the basement fire alarm activation. Now, in addition to this evidence, you're going to learn that multiple items were collected from both crime scenes. I'm going to talk to you about some of that relevant evidence now. You remember Susan's Porsche Cayenne, the car that the defendant backed out of the driveway and that the family sat in and ultimately drove to headquarters. Well, at headquarters, that vehicle was searched. And in the back of that vehicle, in the rear cargo area, officers located a backpack. And inside of that backpack were numerous items belonging to the defendant. His bank cards, his credit cards, his laptop, pieces of his mail, his daughter's savings bonds, his passport, and also the barrel of a 9mm handgun and a gun silencer. Now, in the defendant's basement, there was a metal locker, and located in that metal locker was a gun. It was a 9mm Sig Sauer. That gun, as well as the barrel and the silencer, were sent out to the New Jersey State Police Ballistics Unit for testing. In addition, the ballistic evidence located at 15 Willowbrook Road, so the bullets and the shell casings, those were also sent to the New Jersey State Police Ballistics Unit for testing and comparison. And you're going to hear about the conclusions of that testing. And what you're going to learn is that those conclusions included a finding that bullets and shell casings from 15 Willowbrook Road came from that barrel in his backpack and from the gun in his basement. But the gun wasn't the only thing found in the defendant's basement. There was this pile of charred items and articles all congealed together that was located right beneath the window well where the fire was started in the defendant's basement. In that pile was a pair of men's jeans with blood staining in multiple areas. Folded up in those jeans were 6 black nitrile gloves and 1 live round of ammunition. Same type of ammunition and head stamp that was found at 15 Willowbrook Road. Those jeans and those gloves, as well as numerous other items, were sent out for DNA testing. You are going to have the opportunity to hear from the forensic DNA scientists who performed that testing. And they are going to tell you about their conclusions and findings for each and every piece of evidence that they tested. And what you're going to learn is that those findings, those results, included a finding that these sources of DNA located on multiple areas of those bloody jeans in the defendant's basement came from none other than his niece, Sophia Caneiro, and in one area from his nephew, Jesse Caneiro. You're also going to learn that Sophia Caneiro's DNA was on some of those black nitrile gloves as well as other items in that pile. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to this evidence, there was another kind of evidence that was revealed during the course of the investigation, and we touched on it very briefly. And that is evidence of motive. What you're going to learn is that the defendant's financial circumstances in the months and the weeks leading up to November 20th, as well as certain events that occurred just hours prior to the murders, are what motivated him. And while the state is certainly not suggesting that somehow these murders were logical or even remotely rational, when does murder ever make sense? The state is presenting these circumstances to you for you to consider as to the defendant's motive, for how he chose to deal with events and circumstances that all came to a head the night before, on November 19th. So one of the things you're going to learn about Keith Caneiro and the defendant is that in addition to their familial relationship, they also had a financial relationship. And it was this, the entanglement of their finances, that was the cause of some discord between the brothers and really the crux of the defendant's motive. You see, Keith and the defendant were business partners, and they had been for a long time. They owned 2 businesses together. Square One was a computer consulting company. It was essentially the more profitable of the 2 businesses, the moneymaker. Keith owned 90% of Square One, and the defendant owned 10%. The second business they owned together was called EcoStar. It was a pest control company, and they owned it 50-50. Now, what you're going to learn is that in the time leading up to the murders, the defendant's financial situation was, for lack of a better term, delicate. It was essentially a house of cards. What you're going to see is that while he made a lot of money, he also spent a lot of money. He had a lot of fixed expenses, a lot of debt, and he was having a hard time just keeping up. What you're going to learn is that the defendant had 3 main or steady streams of income that he would receive in 2017 and 2018. His first stream of revenue came from income that he and his family would receive through payroll from the businesses. Now, he and his family also received their auto reimbursement through the businesses, as well as their health insurance. His second stream of revenue came from insurance disability payments that he would collect. And you're going to learn he collected from a couple of different policies. And the defendant's third source of revenue came from money that he would periodically take from the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Life Insurance Trust bank account. We're going to talk more about that momentarily. But what's important to know for now is that these were the defendant's 3 main or steady streams of income for those years, and perhaps most importantly, income that he relied on. And what you're going to see is that even with his income, he still had a hard time keeping up with his bills, his expenses, his lifestyle. The first point of contention came down to the businesses, more precisely to the future of the businesses. You see, Square One, the more profitable business that Keith owned 90% of, that had only one major client left. And that it received about 90% of its revenue from that client. That client's contract was set to expire and would likely not renew. Now, Keith had planned for this. He had foreseen this coming for some time, and Keith had a plan for his and his family's future financial well-being. And he communicated this plan to the defendant. Keith's plan involved, if Square One were to dissolve, his plan involved selling EcoStar, the business that they owned 50-50, and using his half of the proceeds from that sale, along with potentially borrowing money from his life insurance trust and or 401k to pay down his mortgage. He wanted to get a job in the marketplace and be done with the defendant, at least in terms of their financial relationship. Now, the thing about Keith's plan is that had it come to fruition, it would have had some negative consequences on the defendant's already delicate financial situation. For starters, he would lose his first steady stream of income, that being payroll that he and his family received through the businesses, not to mention their health insurance and their auto reimbursement. But secondly, you're going to learn that unlike Keith, the defendant would not have as easily been able to replace that income simply by getting a job in the marketplace because of his disability payments. Now, the second point of contention, and what really compounded the situation, came down to the defendant's third source of revenue, the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Life Insurance Trust. During the course of this trial, you're going to get to hear testimony about what an irrevocable trust is, why someone would have one, and the exact terms of this particular trust. But basically, Keith had set this trust up back in 1999, prior to him and Jennifer getting married. Now, per the terms of the trust, it was essentially an estate planning tool, by the way. Per the terms of that trust, whatever money would be in there at the time of Keith's death was to be used for his wife. Now, if both of them were deceased, then per the terms of the trust, whatever money was in there would be used for the benefit of their children. And if all of them should become deceased, then half of that money was to go to the defendant and half was to go to their third brother named Corey. Now, after Keith created this trust, he purchased what's called a whole life insurance policy from Canada Life Insurance Company. The face value or the death benefit payout for that policy was for $3 million. He then transferred ownership of that policy over to the trust, so that now the trust became the beneficiary. The idea being that upon Keith's death, that money would go into the trust and then be distributed according to the terms of the trust. Now, one of the things you're going to learn about an irrevocable trust is that once the settlor creates it, so here the settlor would be Keith, once they create it, they give up a great deal of control and discretion over that trust, and instead, they appoint a trustee. In this case, Keith appointed none other than his trusted older brother, the defendant, as his trustee. As trustee, you're going to learn that the defendant was afforded a great deal of control and discretion over this trust. There's no doubt. You're going to hear that testimony. But what you're also going to hear is that that discretion did not afford the trustee to steal and deceive and act in bad faith. Now, like with any life insurance policy, there were premium payments that were due periodically to keep the policy active. In this case, those premium payments were due quarterly. And the way it worked was that a bank account had been set up at TD Bank called the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Life Insurance Trust. But basically, it was just a checking account. And the way it was funded was through direct deposits from Keith's payroll. Now, the defendant's job as the trustee, or at least the job that he took on, was to make those premium payments from that bank account. So essentially, whenever those premiums were due, the defendant would go in to the online banking account, and you're going to learn that the defendant did most of his banking online. He would go into that account and make those premium payments over to the insurance company. Now, in about January of 2017, the evidence will show that the defendant began taking money from that trust bank account, that TD Bank account, sometimes to the detriment of paying the premiums, Sometimes you'll see he paid the premium, sometimes he didn't. Now, in April of 2018, Keith called him out on it. When confronted, the defendant told Keith that he accidentally transferred money to the wrong payee, that he went and paid a school loan. $25,054 to be precise, that he accidentally transferred that money. He apologized, he said he would make restitution, and he said that he had his, quote, head up his ass, his words. But what the evidence will show is that not only did the defendant not make restitution, but he never paid a single payment to Canada Life again after April of 2018. Not one. But what he did do was he continued to help himself to that money in that checking account. And this time was different, because this time he began covering his tracks. You see, the defendant began altering the bank statements. One of the things you're going to learn is that the defendant was the only person who had access to this TD checking account, not even Keith Caneiro. And what would happen is he would receive the bank statements, and then he would periodically send them over to their accountant, a man named Steve Weinstein, who you'll hear from. The defendant began altering the statements in May of 2018. And what he would do is, anytime he made a withdrawal from that TD checking account, he would change the name of the payee on the bank statements to say Canada Life, when in reality it was going to himself. And you'll get to see the actual bank statements next to the altered bank statements. And this went on for some time. May, June, July, August, September, October, November. So now we come to November 19th of 2018. Unfortunately, it was on that day that Keith and his insurance adjuster, a man named Ronald Artigis, who you'll hear from, it was on that day that they made inquiry with Canada Life to determine the status of Keith's life insurance policy. Well, it was then that they learned that no monies had been paid to Canada Life since April. They spent a good part of the day trying to figure it out. And they just couldn't understand it. They just couldn't figure it out, because they're looking at the bank statements that they received from the defendant. And the bank statements showed money going to Canada Life. But Canada Life was saying they hadn't received any money. It was that afternoon, into the evening, that Keith Caneiro made two relatively short, but tragically fateful phone calls to his brother, the defendant. Now, you are going to have the unique opportunity to see and hear these two phone calls. And that is simply because Keith and Jennifer had security cameras inside of their home with audio and visual capabilities. Now, let me be clear. You are not going to see these murders occur. The cameras stopped working at 2:52 a.m. when the defendant cut power to the house. But what you are going to see is these two phone calls. You're going to see Keith Caneiro in his final hours. You're going to hear what he is saying to the defendant, what he is yelling to the defendant only hours before he and his family were murdered. The first phone call took place at 3:50 p.m. Keith called the defendant, and he tells him, Canada Life is saying they haven't been receiving any money. He tells him, I need to access the money. And he asks the defendant if he could send him the online password for that TD checking account so that he can go in and do the research himself. The second phone call takes place at about 6:05 p.m. Keith calls the defendant back. And this time, Keith now demands the password for that online checking account. And he's yelling at his brother, I need the fucking login, Paul. Paul, I need you to wake the fuck up. I need to see where the money went. He tells the defendant that he has a couple of hours to get back to him, like 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock came and went. The defendant never did get back to Keith with that password. Instead, he began making plans. Plans that were executed about 8 hours later when he snuck out of the house in the middle of the night in his white Porsche Macan. And you know how those plans ended. Greed and desperation. On November 19th of 2018, the defendant's house of cards was about to come crumbling down. Ladies and gentlemen, when you're listening to some of the motive evidence in this case and the financial testimony, please keep in mind the state is not presenting this evidence to you to bombard you with numbers or counting, but the state is presenting this evidence to you so that you have an understanding of the context and the backdrop in which these murders occurred. And I submit to you what the evidence is going to show is that it wasn't so much about what the defendant stood to gain from Keith and his family's deaths as it was what he stood to lose. What he stood to lose had they lived. This was my opportunity to tell you a little bit about this case and about what you're going to hear. But it's also my opportunity to tell you about what you're not going to hear and what this case is not about. And what this case is not is some made-for-TV movie with plot twists and shocking revelations and surprise endings. Make absolutely no mistake, this is a case about the evidence and where that evidence led and who that evidence led to. As the state, Mr. Decker and I have the burden of proving to you each and every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. We also have the burden of proving to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was the individual who committed these offenses. And that is a burden we welcome. At the end of this case, I submit to you that the evidence will leave you firmly convinced that one person and one person only committed these crimes. One person who had the means, the motive, and the opportunity. And that person is sitting right here today. And at the end of this case, I submit to you that the only verdict that that evidence will support is a verdict of guilty on each and every count. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. The defense?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here and for your willingness to serve. The prosecutor just got up here and told you about a horrific tragedy. A tragedy caused by crimes that are horrifying and devastating and heart-wrenching. They're unspeakable. There's no words. In fact, no one should ever have to find the words to speak about something like this because something like this should have never happened. It's heartbreaking. Some of you might be looking at me and wondering, how is she going to defend that? What can she do to defend against such awful crimes? How can she, or anyone for that matter, defend what happened here? And if you are thinking that, that's a reasonable question to have. So I want to be so incredibly clear. I am not here to defend what happened. I am not here to defend against those crimes. I am not here to defend a tragedy. I am here to defend Paul Caneiro. Because Paul Caneiro did not do this. He did not commit these crimes. He did not hurt anyone. He did not harm anyone. He did not set any house on fire. And he certainly did not brutally murder the family members that you will hear he loved and cherished and adored so much. Paul Caneiro is innocent. Now, we recognize that there's a lot of evidence in this case. We recognize that the prosecutor just got up here, and when she told you all about it, it sounds like a lot of evidence. And it sounds bad. We get it. But ladies and gentlemen, does not mean that they're correct. It does not mean that they're right. Everything that the prosecutor just got up here and told you, the defendant this, the defendant that, the defendant this, the defendant that, that's a theory. When the prosecutor just got up here and she told you this whole story about everything that they think the evidence will show and what they think Paul Caneiro did and why they think he did it and what they think his motivations were, that's a theory. And it's a theory that they developed very early on in this investigation. A theory that the state wants you to believe makes sense. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that their theory does not make sense. They want you to believe that Paul Caneiro went to his brother's home, committed these crimes in Colts Neck, came home, plopped all the evidence down, and then lit his own house on fire so that all of the police and all of the fire personnel and the investigators and the fire marshals and the detectives could come there and find it. How convenient. The fact that the evidence in this case appears to be so conveniently overwhelming is the very reason why you should call into question their theory. And this is a theory that they came up with very early on in the investigation. The evidence will show, and you'll hear that the police, law enforcement, they focused on Paul Caneiro immediately, and to the incredible exclusion of anyone else. From the moment police began investigating this case, they directed their attention at Paul Caneiro, and they remained fixated on him ever since. They did not investigate anyone else. They did not investigate any other suspects, even obvious ones. And they searched for evidence to support their theory. They ignored things that didn't make sense. They ignored things that did not add up. They ignored things that did not fit with their theory. And that's dangerous. Because when the police, when law enforcement, when they decide on a suspect first, and then they build a case around that decision, a rush to judgment happens. Tunnel vision happens. Blinders happen. Confirmation bias happens. And that's troubling. It's very troubling. Because not everyone who is accused of a crime is guilty. Not everyone who is arrested and charged with a crime is guilty. Not everyone who sits in this chair is guilty. Even in a murder case. Even in a tragic case. So when the state wants you to believe, again, this theory that Mr. Caneiro committed these crimes and then drew everyone to his own home to find all of this evidence. DNA and bloody clothes in his basement, gun accessories in his bag, his cars being used, his guns being used, A gas can, supposedly, of his is being used and left right on the front lawn for all of law enforcement to find when they get there. By the way, when they got there, they immediately, almost immediately, set up a crime scene because it was so obvious. So obvious. Doesn't make sense. Now, the fact that the state decided on Paul Caneiro, the fact that they decided to accuse and arrest and charge Paul Caneiro, that does not mean that he did this. Sometimes the police are wrong. Now, who should the police have focused on? Who should they have investigated? Well, they didn't really mention him, but there's a third brother. And his name is Corey Caneiro. And you heard about this trust. The trust held a life insurance policy. And that life insurance policy by Canada Life was worth $3 million, as they mentioned. They told you that. What they didn't tell you is that the terms of the trust were such that in the event, God forbid, something happened to Keith and his family, that $3 million would get divided. $1.5 million would go to Paul Caneiro, and the other $1.5 million would go to Corey Caneiro. And this is part of the same exact motive that the state alleges that Paul had. Now, you also heard that Paul's financial situation was a house of cards. But what you also hear during this trial is that Corey Caneiro's financial situation was even worse. You'll hear, they told you Paul Caneiro was on disability. He made a significant amount of money on that disability. He was not worried. And they also told you about this $78,000. A lot was made about the trust. There's a trust account and money was taken. You'll learn that they allege it totaled $78,000. We're going to address that during the course of this trial. But let me just say this now. You will learn that there is no world in which Paul would murder his own brother Keith, let alone his family, including his baby niece and nephew, over that money. Over $78,000. And we recognize that to some, that's a lot of money. But to Keith and to Paul, longtime business partners who had made a lot of money over the course of years, that was not a lot of money. And even if it was, it would still never serve as a motive for him to murder his family. You're going to hear that not only did Paul Caneiro have a significant amount of money coming in each month, I think it's over $200,000 you'll hear a year in disability, but they told you that there was a potential sale of one of their companies in the works. And they told you that they were working on selling it. And you'll hear that was also going to sell for a significant amount of money. A significant amount of money. Paul was not worried about money. And you'll learn that that motive is just absurd. Because you're going to learn that Paul and his brother Keith, they loved each other very much. They weren't just long-term business partners. They were lifelong brothers, 1 year apart, their entire lives. And they weren't just brothers, they were best friends. You're going to hear from people who knew them that how close they were, that they were each other's person. You're going to hear that when Paul talked about his brother, when he talked about his brother to anyone that knew them, that was his favorite person in the whole world. And those kids, Jesse and Sophia, he loved them like they were his own children. And the people that know them know he would never hurt them. You're going to hear that Keith's family and Paul's family, they were so close that they actually considered themselves one big family instead of two separate families. What you're also going to hear is that Corey Caneiro was on the outside of that. He wasn't a part of that. He wasn't a part of the businesses, and he wasn't a part of that close relationship. He was on the outside. But they never investigated Corey. They never looked into Corey. They never did a single thing to investigate Corey. Not a single thing. They searched Paul's house, and they searched Keith's house. They never searched Corey's house. They searched Paul's phone and his electronic devices, and Keith's. They never searched Corey's. They got surveillance video from the area of Paul's house, the same way they did for Keith. They never did that for Corey. And they took and they tested Paul's DNA the same way they did Keith, Jennifer, Sophia, and Jesse's. But they never even bothered to get Corey Caneiro's DNA. And you know why that matters, ladies and gentlemen? When you have the opportunity to hear from the testimony of the DNA experts in this case, you will understand why that matters so much in this case. Because in this case, we're dealing with family members who you can imagine have very similar DNA profiles, not strangers. And what they also didn't mention is that a lot of the DNA in this case, it's not the traditional DNA matching that you might be familiar with. They used a specific software. It's called STR or StarMix. You're going to learn about it. And StarMix doesn't match DNA like you might be thinking of. What it does is it takes convoluted DNA mixtures and it uses mathematical algorithms. It's a probabilistic genotype software, and it comes up with these likelihood ratios. There's a certain likelihood, it's X likely, that the mixture contains a person's DNA. And so they're going to tell you that. The experts will testify it's X likely that Paul's DNA is in this mixture. You know what we don't know? What you'll never know in this case, because they didn't do it, is how likely it is that Corey's DNA is in that mixture. And more importantly, whether that's more likely or less likely that it's Paul's. And there's other reasons why the DNA in this case isn't as powerful as it seems, and you're going to learn about that, I promise. In fact, you're going to learn a lot about why the facts that they allege aren't what they appear. And I would love to go through all of them with you now, but it would take forever. And as you know, it's a 5, 6 week, 7 week trial. So I promise you, we will go through it. You will learn during the course of this trial why the facts that they allege are not what they seem. So, I also want you to pay close attention to the evidence in this case as it's presented. I ask that you pay very close attention to the evidence and the lack of evidence. I ask that you pay close attention to the incredible lack of investigation that was done in this case, especially as it relates to Corey Caneiro. And they want you to follow the evidence. They want you to follow the money. Well, so do we. Because when it comes to the $3 million that was at stake, what you'll learn is it doesn't lead you to Paul. It leads you directly to Corey. That's what you'll learn. Now, they never considered this information. They never considered whether Paul Caneiro actually had a motive to murder his family. And they never considered whether someone else did. And they certainly never considered whether the police were intentionally and deliberately led to believe that Paul was responsible. They did not have an open mind. But ladies and gentlemen, I know that you will. That's why we have a trial. That's why we're here. And that's why we have a jury. And most significantly, very significantly, the presumption of innocence. The presumption of innocence protects all people from a rush to judgment. It protects every citizen from the dangers of assuming, and it protects each and every one of us from the potential of a wrongful conviction. Now, we've all heard of the presumption of innocence. We've all heard of the idea of the presumption of innocence. It wasn't until I heard a story that truly highlighted for me the power, how powerful that presumption is. So the story is this. There was a trial. It was a murder case, and it was over 30 years ago, but coincidentally, it was in Monmouth County in this courthouse. And the judge, during the jury selection process, did something very similar to what all of you experienced. He put all the jurors in the box, and he started asking questions. And he said, juror number 1, I want you to take a look at this man, the accused, sitting in this chair. And I want you to tell me, is he guilty or is he innocent? Juror number 1 said, well, I haven't heard any of the evidence yet. I don't know, I can't say. And the judge said, thank you, juror number 1, you're excused. The judge moved on to juror number 2 and said, juror number 2, same question. I want you to look at this man sitting in that chair, and I want you to tell me, is he guilty or is he innocent? Juror number 2 thought for a few moments and then said, well, Your Honor, I've been paying very close attention to your instructions. I've been listening carefully, and I know that I'm supposed to keep an open mind, and I will, but I also know I'm not supposed to make a decision until we deliberate at the end of the case. So I haven't decided yet. I don't know. And the judge said, juror number 2, thank you, you're excused. And at that point, when I'm listening to the story, I'm also confused, because I thought that was a good answer. I thought I'd like that juror on my jury. It's a very conscientious response. But the judge had moved on to juror number 3. It says, juror number 3, same question. I want you to look at this man and tell me, is he guilty or is he innocent? And juror number 3 said, he's innocent. And the judge said, thank you, juror number 3. Please take juror number 1 seat. You are now juror number 1. Because that is the power of the presumption of innocence. It's that Mr. Caneiro, as he sits here now, as he sits here today, he's innocent. He is an innocent man. That is the presumption. That's the starting point. That's where we begin. Today, tomorrow, the day after, the next day, the day after that, he's innocent. And he remains innocent. Unless and until the state can prove its case. Unless and until they can meet their burden. And that's your oath. To preserve, to protect, to honor that presumption. Unless and until they can prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a very high standard, and there's a reason for that, and I'll talk about that when I talk to you again at the end of the case. But I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, they will not be able to meet that burden in this case. I submit to you that there will be reasons to doubt at the end of this trial. There will be reasons to doubt. I understand this is a tragic case. We know that the allegations are harrowing and beyond comprehension. But that doesn't mean that they're right. Because sometimes the police get it wrong. Sometimes the state gets it wrong. And it is not impossible for the state to be wrong. Not even in a murder case. Not even in a tragic case. And especially in this case. So at the end of this trial, I will ask that you find Mr. Caneiro not guilty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do, we've been going at it for a little while. Instead of the normal break time, I'm going to give it to you now, just so that you have a little bit of time to clear your head. You've heard the opening statements. We're now going to get into the testimony. So I'm going to put you in that room right now. We're going to come back out at about 5 minutes to 10, and at that point in time, we'll start with testimony, just so that you're aware that we're going to go straight through from about 5 minutes to 10 until 12:30, and I'll take a hard break, like I told you before, at 12:30. All right? So you can just go back into the room. Don't discuss this case. You haven't heard anything apart about this case yet. You only heard the opening statement. Just go in and relax, and we'll see you soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you should be seated in the back until the jurors are in the room. Counsel, anything we need to discuss?
No, Judge.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen in the back, everyone can sit down for a second. It's this court's position that I understand you have other things that you need to do, but when the jurors are either filing in or filing out, you must be seated. You can't get up in the middle of that. I don't want any communication going on in this courtroom during that time. Obviously, this is a case where we want to make sure our jurors are getting in and out with any distraction at all. So we'll start back up at around 5 minutes to 10. I'll see everybody then. Thank you all. Okay, please be seated. Counsel, I'll see you. When the state is ready, they can call their first witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Ghuli Basu.
Can we just keep the Bible there? Okay. Ma'am, can you just bring the Bible over in front of you? You can put it on your stand there. You put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You have to speak up so we can all hear. Okay. I want you to sit down, get comfortable. You comfortable? Okay. State your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Shakuntala Basu, last name B as in Bob, A-S-U.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, you have to keep your voice up. Juror number 16 in the back over there, he's got to hear everything that you're saying. So you got to make sure that we're nice and clear. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Basu. Ms. Basu, can you tell us where you worked back in 2018?
Doris Duke Foundation.
Okay, can you tell us what does the Doris Duke Foundation do?
It's a non-profit private foundation that gives away grants for areas of giving by the will of Doris Duke.
Is it charitable
It's a charitable
organization? Okay. Now, can you tell us what, if any, locations physically Doris Duke had?
New York, New Jersey, and Hawaii.
Okay. And were you assigned to one of those locations back in 2018?
My main office was in New Jersey, but I had to travel to New York and Hawaii offices.
Now, back in 2018, can you tell us approximately how long you'd worked for the Duke Foundation?
I started in 2001 and left in 2024.
Okay, so you no longer work there?
No.
Now, back in 2018, can you tell us what your title was with Doris Duke Foundation?
I was the Director of Information Systems.
Can you just briefly, for anyone who might not know, tell us what that means?
I was responsible for information technology, rendering technology services for all the sites, which is New York, New Jersey, Hawaii. And technology included everything: security, user computing, telecom, networking.
Now, as the Director of Information Systems at Doris Duke, who did you report to directly?
The Chief Operating Officer,
Okay, back in 2018, who was that?
Peter Simmons.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, you said you were the director at that point in time, correct?
Yes.
How long have you been the director as of 2018?
2016, I was a director, and in 2020, I was promoted to the Chief Technology Officer.
Okay. So is it fair to say in 2016 you became the director?
Yes.
Who was the director prior to you?
Deborah Close.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a little bit about the IT needs at the Duke Foundation. You familiar with those, I imagine?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did someone provide IT services to the Duke Foundation?
Yes, it was through a managed service provider. The company, all the companies you want me to name?
Let me just, I'll be more specific. Did the Doris Duke Foundation back in 2018 and prior to that have any relationship with a company called Square One?
Yes, they were our primary managed service provider.
Okay, when you say primary managed service provider, what did Square One do for Doris Duke?
Managed service provider was a key vendor, services rendered by this company that provided technology, services, and support to all the offices, to all the users at the foundation.
Okay, and do you know, as of, let's say, 2018, how long the Duke Foundation had a relationship with Square One?
I think the first contract was signed in 2003, perhaps, yeah.
Now, is it fair to say for a substantial period of time?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Now, back in November of 2018, was there a contract in place for those services between Square One and the Duke Foundation?
Yes.
Okay. Were you involved in the creation or the negotiation of that particular contract?
No, the director was then, Deborah Close.
Okay. So Ms. Close negotiated that contract?
Yes.
Were you an employee at the Duke Foundation while that was being negotiated?
Yes.
So, as far as that contract was concerned, do you know who negotiated on behalf of Square One or no?
Yes.
And who was that?
Paul Caneiro?
Paul Caneiro, did he work for Square One?
Yes.
Now, as for Square One and your knowledge of Square One, did you know who the owners or the people who ran Square One, who they were?
Yeah.
Okay, and who were they?
Keith and Paul were primary working towards the contract.
Okay. Now, as far as Square One's day-to-day operations at Duke, who was actually responsible for that, let's say in 2018?
Well, we had 3 tech support guys on site, and a 4th one who went to the New York office once a week. And we also had a senior engineer who would be brought in for special projects. But they were all managed. Technology management was done through Paul.
Who's done through, I'm sorry?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Now, back in 2018, during that portion of that contract, were you dealing with Paul Caneiro?
When you say dealing, he was the senior guy from Square One who helped with technology support and services.
Now, that contract, the one that was in place in November of 2018, do you know when it began?
It was a 6-year contract, so it was signed in 2013, and we were still under contract with them.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness?
John?
Sebastian, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S17 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah,
And what is it?
contract
A contract for what?
for a managed service provider through Square One.
Okay. So is that a contract between Square One and the Doris Duke Foundation?
Yes,
Okay. And again, does it indicate the inception date of that contract?
it is November 15th is when it was prepared.
Okay. Now, I just want to direct your attention to the end of that, page 5 of S17. Do you recognize that area?
Yeah,
And what is that?
it was signed by Ed Henry, who was then the CEO, and on the right it was signed by Paul Caneiro, who was the lead person at Square One for all contracts.
Okay. And does it indicate with respect to Mr. Caneiro's, I guess there would be printed name, does it indicate a title?
It says VP here.
Okay. Now, the date again of those signatures is what?
Yeah, November 15th, 2013.
Okay. Now, you said this was a 6-year contract, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so 13 to 2019, is that accurate? Okay. Now, was there any provision within S17 wherein the contract could be canceled at any time?
Yeah, there was clause in there with penalties for the year if you did cancel the contract.
Okay, so if it was canceled after 2015, was there a penalty?
I'm sure it's in the contract,
Okay.
and there would say how much that would be, the amount.
Okay. Just going to direct your attention, have you read it to yourself, page 3 of the contract. Do you see that?
Yeah,
And does it indicate certain years would have cancellation penalty?
yes.
And those 2 years would be which years?
This was the 5th year, the 2018. If we cancel, there would be no penalty for year 6, which would be 2019.
Okay.
No penalty.
Okay. So if the contract was canceled at the end of 2018, Duke would not have to pay any fee?
Right.
Okay. Now, I just want a last question with respect to this existing contract. Does the contract spell out the terms financially of what Duke was being charged for Square One services?
Yeah, it says what the annual cost would be, and then we would pay the monthly fee of what's in this column.
Okay. And in 2018, is that one of the years that's on that chart?
Yes.
Okay. And in 2018, who was in charge of Duke's IT needs? Who was the
Paul.
director?
Oh, it's Doris Duke, it was Deborah Close,
Okay. Had you taken over yet in 2018?
2018, yes.
Okay. Now, just specifically with respect to the year 2018, could you tell me what the total cost was to Doris Duke for the Square One contract?
It says here it was $1.4 million
Okay, and change, correct?
and change.
Okay. And does it indicate, you said it was paid monthly, does it indicate how much Doris Duke was paying to Square One a month?
For the contract, this was 123,000 to 123,220.
Okay.
That is the monthly, but this is for the contract, but they were used for all technology services, so there are others,
Okay.
other costs.
Explain that to me. I think what you just said is that Duke sometimes incurred other costs to Square One. Is that accurate?
Yeah, those would be business initiatives, technology initiatives for the business of the foundation. There would be projects, special projects, and Square One had skill sets to provide those individuals to run that project.
Right. So is it fair to say that Doris Duke spent money additional to that $123,000 a month on other IT needs?
Of course.
Okay. Now, with respect to the time frame of November 2018, were you looking, you being on behalf of Doris Duke, were you looking into other IT services potentially to replace Square One?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just tell me, just generally, what you were doing in that regard?
I was looking at other managed service providers where the goal was to provide and enhance the support, provided 24/7 coverage, looking as to what would be the best price point for the foundation to deliver that business.
Was price important to you and Doris Duke?
Of course.
Now, in that time frame, November 2018, had you begun, potentially looking into other options?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the fact that you were potentially looking into other options, was that specifically communicated to the representatives of Square One, either Paul Caneiro or Keith Caneiro?
Not directly.
Okay. When you say not directly, explain that, please.
I had different companies, managed service providers, come on site and sit with me to, to understand their offerings. So they came to my office, and there were Square One tech support guys there. So it was very transparent.
Okay. So you didn't do anything to hide that?
No.
But you didn't specifically communicate that to Keith Caneiro or Paul Caneiro?
No, I didn't have to.
Understood. Now, with respect to the potential to renew the Square One contract, did you have any communications with any of the representatives from Square One, like the management, the owners?
No, but I did mention to Keith that the cost was too high and that I was looking to save some money because I think it was, I think their cost was higher because I already knew from other vendors what they were proposing.
Okay. Putting costs aside for a second, just from your perspective, was Square One doing a good job with why you use them?
Yeah.
IT needs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this was about cost to you, is that accurate?
For me, it's cost and improvement of services. I mentioned 24/7 because we had an office in Hawaii, and so we didn't have 24/7 coverage with Square One.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Basu. Was there a time when you met with Keith Caneiro about potentially, exercising that final year option?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when that was?
Towards the end of the contract, like in 2018, I would say October, November, sometime.
Okay. Now, can you just explain? I don't want to know what anyone else said, but can you just explain to me and the juries, essentially what you were discussing at that meeting, just generally?
Well, my boss was there too, the chief operating officer, Peter Simmons. Peter Simmons and I spoke to Keith to talk about that this contract was coming to an end. We had no penalty if we did not renew the contract in 2019, but we were familiar with their staff and we liked their services, but the cost was too high. So to keep the contract with Square One, what would it take them to reduce the cost and yet deliver the services that we were expecting from them?
Okay, in that meeting, obviously you were in that meeting, correct?
Yes.
And then you mentioned the CEO, right?
CEO,
COO.
Chief Operating
Okay. And then
Officer.
who again?
Chief Operating Officer Peter Simmons.
Okay. And then who else was in the room in the meeting?
Keith
Keith Caneiro.
Caneiro.
Now, at some point in time after that meeting happened, did Keith Caneiro or anyone from Square One, did they follow up with respect to potential proposals being offered to Duke?
Yeah,
Okay.
Keith sent information via email.
Sorry, how did he send that information?
Via email?
Okay. Do you recall receiving that email and evaluating what was attached to it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach you and show you what's been marked as S18 for identification. Ask you if you recognize that mail.
Yeah.
Okay, and what is that?
This was an email from Keith to me with a copy to Peter about what the options would look like. And he provided the 3 options for the contract.
And generally speaking, what were those 3 options?
Like with reduced cost, and also what would the penalty be if we just did not keep the contract for multiple years, and the option to kind of get out of the contract.
Okay. How many proposals did he send you?
3.
Okay, 3. Were all 3 proposals, were they different amounts of years?
Yeah,
Okay. Different types of cancellation penalties?
I don't remember the numbers, but I
That's okay. With respect to those contracts or those proposals, were they doing anything with respect to how many people would staff Duke during the contract?
Yeah, I remember the cost savings was reducing the number of support staff on site.
How many were there during the course of 2018?
3 on site.
Okay. And how many, if you recall, would be there if you accepted any of these proposals?
I think 2.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S19 for identification. S19 it's got an A, B, and a C. Okay?
Okay.
Now, do you recognize the first page of what's in front of you, S19?
Yeah,
And what is that?
it's a contract that you showed me prior, November 16th.
Okay. So fair to say, in preparation for your testimony, I showed that to you?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. But I think what you said is, prior to your testimony, did we meet in preparation for your testimony? Did we talk about your
Yeah.
testimony?
Yeah.
And did we discuss these proposals?
Yes,
But those proposals were something that you had actually received in 2018, correct?
yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to, I want to show you first, one of them has a tab. It would be S19A. Does that have the same cover page? It says the date.
Yeah.
What's the date?
November 16, 2018.
Okay. And this proposal here, there's an overview portion, correct?
Yeah.
And does that talk about the changing of like staffing at Duke?
Yeah.
Okay. In the first sentence, does it talk about changing the staff, the contracted staff amounts at Duke on a daily basis?
Yeah, it says contract to project hours. Yeah.
Okay. And does that discuss the reduction from 3 people to 2 people?
I think somewhere it says. Okay.
I'm gonna let you read it to yourself. I'm gonna direct your attention to the
Yeah,
first sentence,
the
okay?
various
Just
yeah.
read it to yourself if you don't mind, ma'am.
This amendment
Just read
thereby,
it. Sorry. Just read it to yourself and then I'll ask you a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Having read that, does that refresh your recollection about any staffing changes or in number?
Yes.
Okay, and what was gonna happen?
So they were going to provide us 2 staff on site instead of 3
Okay,
with the reduced cost.
okay. So you mentioned a reduced cost. Does that page 2 of S19C, does it talk about the actual yearly cost and a monthly cost?
Yes.
Okay, and what would that be?
So the yearly cost would be 1.1 million, 1.133.6, and the monthly cost would be 94,466.
Okay. Now, 94,466, is that a reduction, I'm sorry if you may have said it, is that a reduction in cost as to what Duke was paying, let's say, in November of 2018?
Of course, it was over $1 million.
Okay, went from, I think you said earlier, about 123,000 a month
Yeah,
to, what is it now?
94,466.67.
Now, if you turn to the back page, the last page of that, what's in front of you, S19C, does it have signature lines there? Taking you, it's page 4 of S19C. Is there a section entitled Acceptance and a place for signatures?
Yeah, nobody signed.
And nobody signed ever, correct?
No, nobody signed ever.
Now, I want to direct your attention to S19B, okay? Does it have the same date on it?
The November 16, 2018.
And is this one of the proposals that Keith Caneiro emailed you on November 16th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And does this, on page 2, talk about yearly costs and monthly costs?
Yes.
And does this contract, how many years was it proposed to provide services to Duke?
This is a 2-year contract with 2 staff
Okay.
and
So
the cost.
2 staff, and then 2019, 2020.
Yes.
And what are the yearly costs proposed under 2019 and 2020?
Yearly cost for 2019 would be 1.133.6, and 2020 would be 1.170442. The
Okay.
yearly cost.
So, okay, approximately in 2019, 1.13 million?
Yes.
And then in 2020, approximately 1.17 million?
Yes.
Okay, and the monthly costs go from 94 in the first year, correct?
Yes.
To 97?
Yeah.
Okay. Was this proposal here, was it signed and executed?
No.
No?
No.
Never?
No. Never.
Just want to draw your attention to S19C. Is this the third of the proposals that Keith Caneiro sent you on November 16th, 2018?
Yeah.
Mr. Decker, is it C or A? The one we're talking about now?
This one's C.
This one's C?
Yeah. Now, if I turn to page 2 of S19C, how many years was this proposal addressing?
4 years.
Okay. And does it lay out the yearly cost and the monthly cost?
Yes.
And does it also talk about 2 staff members as opposed to 3?
Yeah. 2
Okay.
staff.
And with respect to any cancellation policies, are they addressed on page 3?
Yes.
And is it a cancellation period for any of the years in the contract or just less than that?
No, less than that. It said in the year 2022, if this was a 4-year contract, we could get out of this contract by paying a penalty of $598,834.
Now, with respect to S19 and these three proposals that were sent to you by Keith Caneiro, were any of these ever executed and signed?
No,
Now, you said it earlier, but the existing contract, the first one I showed you, ran through 2019, the end of 2019, correct?
yeah.
So, but Duke had the ability to cancel it at the end of 2018.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the fact that Mr. Keith Caneiro sent you proposals, was it discussed that that 2019 option on the existing contract was not going to be renewed?
We had talked that it may not be renewed. We would not renew because the cost was way too high.
And now, I just wanted to ask you just a couple more questions. I want to draw your attention back to approximately 4 days after you received that email from Keith Caneiro, November 20th, 2018. Was there a point in time where you learned about something that had happened to Keith Caneiro?
Yes.
And was that, did you learn that he had died?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for purposes of the relationship between Square One and Doris Duke, even if that contract was going to be canceled or not renewed, did Square One still provide services for the period of December 2018?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened to the relationship between Doris Duke and Square One at the end of 2018?
We had to get a new MSP, and so the contract was signed with a new MSP on for 2019, an annual contract.
Did you ever have the opportunity after or between November 16th of 2018 and November 20th of 2018 to kind of give Keith Caneiro an answer as to his proposals?
No.
You didn't have that opportunity? Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Ross?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Basu, good morning. So, okay, to understand this, you started with Duke in 2001. And what was your title back then?
I was hired as a network engineer and then into operations manager.
Okay. And you started overseeing Square One in 2016?
Yes.
Okay. So, what was your title at that point?
I was a director of information systems from January of 2016, but the prior director left May of 2015, so I didn't have the title, but I did manage the IT department from the time Deborah Close left.
Okay.
So it was part of 2015.
So, 2015 into 16.
Yeah.
Square One had been providing services to Duke since 2003. Mm-hmm. And that was under an original contract, right, that they had with Doris Duke, right? Mm-hmm. You didn't
Hold on
participate.
for 1 second. Ma'am, you have to say yes or no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
That's okay. I understand.
Yes.
Now, you didn't participate directly in the original contract with Square One.
No.
But you know that Paul and Keith were involved with Square One's business with Duke since the beginning, right?
Yes, but Keith was not on site so much as Paul.
And in 2013, when Square One renewed its contract with Duke, there was a different director, the director that you mentioned previously, right? And she's the one that negotiated the 2013 contract between Duke and Square One.
Yes,
And she did those negotiations with Paul,
yes.
right? Now, you weren't a part of those negotiations, but I take it that since Square One had been involved with Duke since 2003, and Duke in 2013 was willing to sign a 6-year contract extending their relationship with Square One, I'd imagine that Duke was pretty satisfied with the services they were getting from Square One. Is it fair to say?
Yeah.
And when you come on to oversee the Square One relationship in 2016, you continued to work directly with Paul.
Yeah, Paul and others. There was no change.
There was a person by the name of Robert Block, right?
Yes.
And he was an employee of Square One. And he was on site at Duke in New Jersey, right?
As needed.
And you found him to be a reliable person, right?
Yes.
And you found that you could depend on him for services, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned before when the prosecutor was talking to you during this time period, you had no issues with the services you were getting from Square One.
No issues.
The one thing that you mentioned was cost, right? The existing contract you had with Square One, you thought was a little too expensive, right?
Yes.
But that was kind of the purpose of these contract proposals that had been provided to you by Square One, right?
But yeah, Debbie is the first director who ever signed a contract for 6 years. Nobody ever has an extended contract that would go for 6 years. I'm sure, you're happy with the services and you sign it. And she did it.
Right. Now 2018 comes and you're in a position to renegotiate, right?
Yes.
I mean, you may be able to save some money by renegotiating a lower price with Square One,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And that's exactly what was happening, right? You had a meeting in New York City with Keith and the chief operating officer of Duke,
Yeah.
and what you were talking about was the possibility of Duke and Square One continuing your relationship, right?
We said we wanted a revised contract with the price with an extended service because I told you that we didn't have 24/7. So improved services with less cost. And that was addressed at that meeting.
Okay. So that meeting took place on November 13th of 2018.
Yeah.
And then several days after that, Keith is going to forward you those contract proposals that you were just shown, right?
Yes.
And obviously, in those proposals, Keith is offering a 1-year extension, a 2-year extension, or a 4-year extension, right?
Yeah.
And the 4-year extension has an option within it to renew for an additional 2 years, right?
Yeah, with the penalty to cancel. That's the 4-year one.
Right. But in that proposal, the maximum amount of time within that contract that Square One and Duke might be in this business relationship was 6 years, right?
How did you get the 6?
Well, it's a 4-year. There's a 4-year contract, right? With an option to continue for 2 years.
We're talking about S19C?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about? Okay.
It was a 4-year option. 4-year
Right.
option.
The 4-year
Yeah.
option.
So
Yes.
we were talking about the maximum period the contract would be good for is 4 years with a clause to exit with a cancellation. The number that's given in there.
So, Keith sent you these, right? And you said that you never had an opportunity to give him a response on the contract renewal, right?
We never wrote up anything officially to say we accept or we don't accept. We never got that opportunity.
And at the meeting on November 13th, 2018,
Yeah.
you didn't say yes to renewing a contract with Square One, but you didn't say no either.
We didn't say yes, we did not say no.
And when you say we, it wasn't just you that didn't say yes or no, it was also the chief operating officer that hadn't said yes or no, right?
Correct, yeah. Yes.
So, just to go back to what you were saying about Paul before, in terms of being on site for Duke. When you say he was on site, what location are we talking about?
New Jersey primarily, because that's where the IT department was. We did service the other two, New York and Hawaii, but our main location for IT was Hillsborough, New Jersey.
Okay. And that was your main location
Yes.
because that was where most of your servers and equipment were located?
We had equipment everywhere. This had the most presence by size. Number of users were also larger than the other two sites.
Okay. And you were mainly based in the Hillsborough location, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right, so how often would you be at Hillsborough versus, say, being in New York?
My everyday work was in Hillsborough unless it required my presence for meetings or projects to be in New York.
Okay. So this is all I meant before. Can I approach, Judge? I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem. Just identify the exhibit.
I believe this is 19C.
Okay.
So this is what I was saying before. This is 19C. That's the 4-year renewal contract. And then it said there's an option to extend for an additional 2 years, which would take it to 2024.
Oh, so you're calculating from 19 through 24.
I
And
was,
That's why
yeah.
you were saying 6, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Understood, yes.
So I mean, a minor point, but
Okay.
what I'm saying is, in this contract, Keith is offering to extend services to Square One to Doris Duke through 2024, right?
Yeah.
And obviously is expressing a willingness to be contractually obligated to provide those services for another 6 years, right?
Okay, yeah.
You said before that Keith was not really an on-site person at Duke, but you obviously had his phone number, right? You had Keith's phone number.
Yeah,
You had his email address.
yes,
You guys would communicate via email.
yes,
You would communicate via text message, right?
yes.
Obviously, if there were any issues with the services, you could tell Paul, or you could tell Keith, right?
Yes,
Or you could tell Robert Block,
yes,
the IT engineer, right?
yes.
And you knew that he would make sure to get that information back to Keith and Paul. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment, Judge.
Sure.
So, the contract options that the prosecutor and I talked about with you today, the ones that were the proposals for the potential renegotiation of 2018, for the 2018 contract, right?
You have to say yes or no.
Oh,
It wasn't not a great question, so let me try again. When those were submitted to you by Keith, you testified that they did have a reduction in cost for Doris Duke, right?
yes.
So they did accomplish that, right?
Yes, with a clause. I just got 3 engineers who would be on site. They took it down.
I'm right. So I'm going to get there with you right now. So it accomplishes the lowering of cost, but that there's going to be less on-site people for this
Yes.
contract, right?
Yes.
Now, obviously, these contracts vary in terms of the monthly cost to Duke if they were to execute them. But in terms of, let's say, 19C, which you were shown, the annual cost in 2019 for that contract, for example, I'll approach again, Judge, would have been right around, yeah, for 2019 would
For
have been
2019, the monthly cost would be reduced to 99 than what we were paying in the original contract. But when we look at these numbers, we were going to get less support because instead of 3 engineers, we would be down to 2 engineers.
right. But the annual cost to Duke would have been $1.2 million.
Yeah, 1.197, yes.
And under the 2013 contract, you were paying a little over $1.5 million.
But there were 3 engineers versus 2. We're taking a full-time person out.
Okay. And so there was never, obviously, after the 13th, when you had the meeting, and after the 16th, when Keith provided those proposals to you, you didn't have further negotiations with Keith after that. Is that
We
fair to say?
never had a chance.
Right. Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just one question. Had you had an opportunity to engage in further negotiation, what would have been your position on behalf of Duke with Keith Caneiro?
I
I
don't,
object to speculation because we don't know what those negotiations would have been. So it's a hypothetical.
It's actually not, because here we already know what was proposed. Mr. Decker's only asking what her response was going to be, so it's not speculation. We don't know what Keith's response would have been to her, but we do know that if you have an answer to that, you can tell us. So that's overruled.
yeah, we already had, like I was doing the homework, what was the business practice in a private foundation and to support what would vendors cost. So I'd done the homework and it was way, way lower than what Square One, what we were paying. And if you want the amount, that's also there with Doris Duke, the cost. So it was half of what we really paid Square One. The new vendor came in with that amount.
Okay.
Just with respect to the way you answered that, I just wanted to ask you a question. I may have asked it originally. You weren't unhappy in 2018 and before with the services of Square One, though, correct?
Yeah, not being happy is never on the. I was always good with the services they provided. The cost just did not. It just didn't substantiate with the service versus the cost.
Nothing further.
Recross, if any.
When you're saying that somebody came in for half the cost,
The contract was signed.
that was the
within-
new managed service provider.
Yes.
But you didn't sign that contract until April 20th of 2019. Isn't that what you just said when you were testifying on direct?
April of 2019. No, this vendor came in after Square One business was resolved, the new vendor came the following year. You're talking about a new MSP?
Maybe I misunderstood you. I thought you were testifying when Mr. Decker was first asking you questions. He asked you what happened when the Square One contract terminated in December of 2018. And I thought I heard you say a new MSP came in
Yes.
in April.
Yeah, I didn't say April. Why would it be April if there's no business after December? We had to bring in somebody to take over the services for the foundation. And we had to bring in the service in the beginning of the year because Square One engineers were still working and helping the information being transferred to the new MSP. So the engineers were on site end of 2018 helping information being transferred to the new
Right.
vendor.
So the point being, though, that after Keith sent you the proposals, there was never any further contact between you and he.
Right.
And so whatever happened in terms of negotiations with the new MSP, there was no ability for Square One to further participate in those negotiations.
Right.
Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can sit down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Just watch your step when you're coming down. Prosecutor, you want to call your next witness?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Steve Weinstein.
Okay. Juror number 15 and 16, just a reminder. Juror number 15 and 16, just a reminder, if you can't hear, you got to let me know. Just raise your hand, all right? I'm not staring at you for any other reason. I just want to make sure you're good, okay? Sir, can you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Once you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and, yep. Once you're comfortable, state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Stephen Weinstein, Weinstein.
All right, thank you, sir. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Weinstein.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
In Teaneck, New Jersey.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a CPA
A CPA? How long have you done that for?
for over 40 years.
Can you just tell us what your formal education is?
I have a bachelor's in business from George Washington University, a master's in taxation from Pace University, and then my CPA.
Now, were you familiar with the Caneiro family?
Yes, I was.
Generally speaking, how were you familiar with them?
Probably in the early to mid-'80s, I met the uncle, Joe Caneiro, who had a small business in Brooklyn. From him, I met his brother, Caesar Caneiro, who was the father of Paul, Keith, and Corey, and I got to know them through the uncle.
And what type of a relationship did you have with them in terms of, was it business, personal, or something
It
else?
was business. I mean, occasionally I was invited to some holiday parties, I was invited to Keith's wedding, but overall it was business.
And what type of work, in a general sense, did you do for them?
Well, I was the accountant. In the earlier years, I helped them get going. They had a little space in Brooklyn that his uncle provided for them. I would see them more than once a month, but then as the years went by, they had a bookkeeping staff or whatever. In more recent years, it was pretty much like once a month I'd come in. They had their internal accounting system. I'd review the books, reconciliations, assist with filing of sales taxes, review the payroll taxes. That's what I did.
Okay, so let me just ask you to clarify specifically, did you know Keith Caneiro?
Yes, I did.
And how about Paul Caneiro? Did you know him?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about the origin of your employment with them?
Well, again, through the uncle, I met them, and they were remarkable. They started out in Brooklyn. I believe they worked for a company that did marketing for small businesses called The Marketeer. They did the computerization for them, and then through that, I think there was a young lady who Keith was pretty friendly with. I do not remember her name. They worked for Citibank, and through that, Keith and Paul did work at Citibank, and then from there, they went to Republic Bank, and then one of their larger companies at one time was Ogilvy and Mather, if I pronounce it right.
And you may have said it, but what was the nature of the work that you say Keith and Paul did?
Computers, consulting.
Computer consulting?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Did they have any businesses together?
Yes, so the first company was called, at the time, J. Martin Consulting, Inc., which later they had a DBA called Square One, where they rendered these computer consulting services
Okay. And when that company started out, where was that physically located?
in Brooklyn.
In Brooklyn. Okay. Did it ever move anywhere else?
Yes, so from there, as they expanded, at one point they were looking to move in Staten Island, but they ended up moving out to Woodbridge, New Jersey, and then from there they moved to Homedale, and then from there they moved to Asbury Park.
Okay. Was there a company called Square One?
That was J. Martin Consulting. The DBA was Square One.
Now, did they own any other businesses together?
Yes, so then when they moved to New Jersey, at the time, it was profitable to sell computer equipment, so they opened up another company called J. Martin Systems, Inc., and they sold equipment, and that was set up. And then as that started, selling equipment wasn't as profitable, they basically just merged it into J. Martin Consulting or Square One, and they would sell equipment basically to the clients that they consulted for. Pretty much that was it. And then later on, a friend of Keith had a company called, I don't remember the name, I think it was EchoStar, but it was a pest control company out of Queens or Long Island. I think it was Queens. And he would often ask them, Keith and Paul, for guidance, and then eventually they formed the company together. So at the end, there was two companies. There was Square One and EchoStar.
And by around the time of, we'll talk about 2017, where specifically were those businesses located?
In Asbury Park.
Okay. Now, did your work for them as an accountant, did that include both businesses?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever do any work for them more personally in terms of accounting?
Yeah, for the whole family, basically, from the uncle on, I would do their personal tax returns, and for Keith and Paul, I would do their returns, and sometimes for their daughters, and also for their father.
Do you recall who did the bookkeeping for the businesses?
Well, it was various bookkeepers over the years, but in the last number of years, there was Larissa who was there, and then she left, and it was Tiffany Rivera.
Were you familiar with an individual named Ronald Artigas?
Yes, I was.
Who was he?
He was an outside insurance advisor.
Now, of the two businesses, Square One and EcoStar, was there one business that generated a greater profit?
It was Square One, yes.
Before we go any further, let me just ask you, about how long had you known Mr. Caneiro for? I'm referring to Paul Caneiro.
Probably maybe the late 80s, so it's like 40 years, could be 35 to 40 years.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point him out?
Identifies the defendant.
Sir, to your knowledge, what role did each of the brothers play in terms of the day-to-day operations of each business?
Well, over the years it changed, but many years Paul was out, like with Ogilvy and Mather, he was out doing a lot of work there, traveling the world, I guess, my understanding, and Keith was handling internally. But then as the years progressed, it became more of Paul handling the operations and Keith outside of the office.
When you say Keith was outside of the office, what specifically do you mean by that?
He was working from home, or wherever he was, but he was working from home from my knowledge.
Did you know why?
But no, he worked from home.
Now, during that time, were you familiar with whether or not Keith had gone back to school for anything?
Yes, he did. He wanted to get his degree and to become much more marketable.
And do you recall approximately what time frame that was?
I can't, but it was definitely in the years that they were in Asbury Park and probably Homedale, I would say. Those years, I don't really know the actual years.
I want to talk a little bit about the businesses. Do you know whether Paul Caneiro and his family received any income through the businesses?
Yeah, they had payroll. As Keith's family, they had payroll, health insurance benefits, retirement plan, auto reimbursements, and stuff like that.
Now, to your knowledge, what if any other sources of income did Mr. Caneiro, Paul Caneiro, receive?
Well, outside of the company, eventually he was receiving disability.
Okay. When you say disability, do you know what he was collecting from, what policies?
Yeah, first it was Social Security, I believe, and then Sun Life,
What is Sun Life?
the insurance company. So
Okay. Was that a group policy, an individual, or something?
no, it was an individual policy.
Now, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you indicated that you had prepared some tax returns for the brothers and their families.
Yes.
Did you specifically prepare any taxes for the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with any debt that he may have owed to the IRS in the time frame of 2017 and 2018?
At a certain point, I believe he fell behind. I think the disability wasn't being covered with withholdings, and then he went out and he worked out an arrangement with the IRS.
Do you know approximately how much that debt was?
I think, if I recollect, it was around $80,000.
And when you say he worked out an arrangement with the IRS, what are you referring to?
They would give you an installment plan to pay it off.
Now, do you recall where the employees of the businesses held their 401k accounts?
Paychecks, payroll service, they had a 401k department, retirement department.
Now, were you privy to any loans or premature disbursements that Paul Caneiro took from his 401k?
In this 401k plan, you're allowed to borrow against your retirement. So, yes, they had loans against the retirement plan.
And do you recall about what year that was?
I don't know for sure.
Now, you indicated that Square One generated the greater profit of the two businesses.
Yes.
How many clients did Square One have by the time frame of 2017, 2018?
It had dwindled quite a bit. The major client at the time was the Duke Foundation, and then some smaller clients other than that.
Approximately how much of Square One's revenue came from the Doris Duke Charitable Foundation?
Over 90% or more.
Now, I want to draw your attention to November 14th of 2018. Do you recall whether or not you spoke with Keith that day?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall how you spoke with him?
Well, I mean, we often would speak by phone, sometimes email as well.
Do you recall speaking with him on the phone that day?
Yes.
As a result of that conversation, what, if anything, did you receive from Keith on November 14th?
I believe I received a resume, if it was the right date, because he felt like things were not going as well as he thought, and he asked me if I knew of anybody else he could maybe do computer consulting for.
And as a result of that question that he asked you, what, if anything, did you do with his resume?
I sent it to a client.
Now, during that conversation on November 14th of 2018, what, if any, conversations, or let me ask you this, because I don't want you to tell me anything anyone said, because that's hearsay, but just, did you speak about EcoStar with Keith?
Yeah, it was interesting. There was a large company that was interested in buying EcoStar. So we were talking about that.
So as a result of the conversation that you had with Keith on November 14th, who did you reach out to?
Well, I know I spoke with Paul and Keith, and I know Paul was putting a lot of numbers together on the activity of the company to put together the facts that the company would need to buy, to work out the sale price.
Do you know whether there was a potential buyer for EcoStar?
There was.
Okay, and did you reach out to that potential buyer on the 14th?
I was asked to reach out, yes.
Okay. Do you recall whether you received anything from that buyer?
I don't remember the exact person, but I do remember there was conversations on what at the purchase price they were willing to pay, which was about $850,000.
So essentially, was that an offer that they were
That
making?
was basically an offer.
What, do you recall the name of the company that was making that offer?
I believe it was Terminix.
How did you receive that offer from Terminex?
I don't remember, but a lot of times we did things over the phone, so I don't remember if I received an email. I might have.
As a result of receiving that offer, did you send any emails to Keith and Paul on November
That's about
14th?
the offer, sure. Yes.
Judge, may I approach?
Okay.
I'm showing, I'm going to mark S10 for identification. I'm showing you what's been marked as S10. Do you recognize that?
To some extent.
Is that an email?
This would have been an email, yeah.
Okay. And do you see the date of this email?
11/15, right.
Okay.
Yeah,
You need to speak up, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry. 11/15/2018.
Okay. And who is that email between?
From me to Keith and Paul.
And what is it? What is the content of the email?
Basically, I was saying to them that this was a tremendous offer, and that they should work towards that. And then I was going to calculate the tax consequences, but I said we should start the process.
Okay, and I'm going to turn to the second page of S10 here. What was the responses from each of the brothers?
Okay,
And it's actually going to start the way it,
hold at the bottom.
yeah. Let's start here. And then,
Ms. Wallace, can you do me a favor, just for record purposes, when we're talking about S10, can we talk about the number of pages it is and
Yes,
where
sir.
you're referring to so that the record's clear?
yes.
Thank you.
S10 is 4 pages, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
I'm going to start at the 4th page. Do you see how the email sort of
Yeah.
starts down there and then moves
Okay.
backwards? If you can read that for us.
Okay, so after that, Pete said, let's do it, questioning Paul, I guess to move forward. They said 850.
Who says that they said 850?
Paul to Keith and me, and then, it's a little confusing, but I remember going back and forth with the 850. And then Paul said, thank you. And I asked, oh, do you want me to respond or not? About the
Okay.
850.
So just to clarify, you relayed the offer to them?
Yes.
Okay. And then Keith said, let's do it? And what was Paul's response?
I don't remember the exact response.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to direct your attention. Okay. Do you see on page 3 here?
Yes.
Where it says 11/15/18?
Yes.
And it says that it's from Keith Caneiro? You see that?
He said agreed, and then
He said-
let's do it, and he questioned Paul.
Okay. So specifically he said Paul, question mark?
What do you think? Right.
And then I'm going to ask you to read on the next page over. It's going to be page 2. Do you see where it says 11/15/18,
Yes,
10:57 p.m.? What was Paul's response here?
They said 850,000.
Okay, and then what was your response?
I will respond that it was 850 and wait for their response.
Okay,
We were going back and forth, right?
sure. And what did Paul say?
Thanks.
Okay, and then did you respond again some point at about 11:01 p.m.?
I said, do you guys want me to respond or not? I wanted to be sure I should go back and forth with them.
Okay. And did you ever receive a response from them?
I don't remember, but, well, there was a response. I think Paul wanted to hold off because he felt we could do better than the 850.
Mr. Weinstein, during the course of your employment with the Caneiros, did any of your work for them relate to something called an irrevocable life insurance trust?
Yes.
What was your understanding of that trust as it relates to the work that you performed?
Okay, so that was set up, I guess, in the late 90s, early 2000s, if I remember. It was life insurance was put into an irrevocable trust, so the life insurance proceeds upon the deceased would not go into the estate and could be used, let's say, for estate taxes or whatever was needed. So when that was set up, a bank account was also set up at the time for the monies to be put into the bank account to then pay the quarterly premiums. And my work involved in this was putting together numbers because when the monies are transferred, whether it's from payroll or actual checks from Keith Caneiro, that's considered a gift to the trust. And at the end of the year, I would determine if a gift tax return would have to be prepared based on the amounts of money that would go into the trust to pay the premiums.
Okay, so just a couple of things. So you indicated that that trust was created in the 90s?
Late 90s, early 2000s. I believe late 90s.
Okay, and just for purposes of clarification, just have you, as in your role as an accountant, have you dealt with irrevocable life insurance trusts
Yes.
before with other clients? Okay. Approximately how many?
Oh, a number, I mean, 10, 20, something.
Okay. So you indicated that there was a bank account set up at TD Bank?
Yes,
Okay, and that was to pay what?
to pay the life insurance premiums,
Okay, and what was the life insurance company, if you recall?
Canada Life,
How was that TD Bank account funded?
through payroll from Keith.
Okay.
But there were times over the years where it wasn't from that, it was actual checks that were paid.
Now, in about 2017 and 2018, well, let me ask you this, let me strike that. The irrevocable life insurance trust, were you aware of any trustee that was involved with that?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Paul Caneiro.
Okay. And what was your understanding, based upon the work that you did for that trust, what was your understanding of Paul Caneiro's role?
To basically he was in charge of the trust, the monies going in and the monies that would be paid to the insurance company.
Do you remember how often the premiums were due?
Quarterly.
Quarterly? You indicated that you would prepare the yearly or the annual gift tax returns.
Yes.
When you did that, what, if any, paperwork did you have to review?
I needed the bank statements. That's what I needed.
The bank statements from the TD Trust
From
checking
TD
account?
bank account, right.
Okay. How would you get those bank statements?
In the much earlier years, when I went to the client, when I went to square one, they would be there in a file for me. As the years went by, they weren't, and then I would have to request them from Paul.
Okay, so let's talk about the time frame from 2017 to 2018, those years. How would you get the bank statements then?
I would request them by email from Paul.
And would you receive those bank statements from him?
Yes,
And how would you receive them?
he would email them to me.
Do you know whether or not Keith Caneiro had access to that TD checking account?
I don't believe he did, because he wasn't the trustee.
Did you ever get the bank statements from Keith during those years?
No, never got them from Keith.
Was there something on the Keith Caneiro's life insurance policy called an automatic premium loan provision?
Yes, so when they would fall behind on a premium payment, the life insurance would have a loan provision that would pay the premium, and then interest would accrue on that loan.
Now, aside from your work in terms of preparing the annual gift tax return, what, if any, other work did you do that related to the irrevocable life insurance trust?
Just, putting together the numbers and then preparing the tax return. That was it.
How often would you work on that?
Well, in the more recent years, it was almost annually pretty much that I would do it. Except if Keith reached out and wanted it done sooner.
Okay. And you indicated earlier that you would go to the office, I think you said monthly?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went to the office monthly, your work would involve other things?
Not that. It was the other things, right?
Now, I want to draw your attention back to the beginning of about 2017. During that time, what, if any, issues did you become aware of with regard to the irrevocable life insurance trust?
That the money was going in, but the premiums were not being paid.
Okay. And did you or Keith ever look into that together?
Yes, I first reached out to Paul, and then eventually, through Keith, I found that they weren't being paid.
When you reached out to Paul, do you recall what, if anything, he had said?
I never got an answer.
Okay. Now, moving forward to April of 2018, what, if any, issues arose with respect to the irrevocable life insurance trust?
Well, in what regard? They fell behind in the premiums. This is April you're talking about?
Yes, I'm going to draw your attention to April of 2018. What, if any, issues arose at that time with regard to the irrevocable life
I
insurance?
believe it was found out through Keith as well and Paul, that the monies weren't going to pay the premiums, but in essence, Paul said that for some reason the monies weren't going, they were being used for another reason, and then I found out that he said he was going to pay that money back.
Okay. Without telling me anything that Keith may have said to you, because it's hearsay, did you have a conversation with just Keith about this situation?
Yes,
What was his demeanor like?
he was very upset about it, disappointed.
Do you recall being copied on any emails from Paul during that time frame of
There were emails, yes.
April of 2018?
Yeah.
May I approach?
You can.
Showing you what's been marked as S11 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
These were the payments that didn't go to the premiums, but were paid to school.
Okay, but what is this generally speaking? Like, is this an email? Is it something else? What is this?
This is an email
And who is it from?
from Paul.
What is the date?
It's April 11, 2018.
The time?
11:01 a.m.
And who is it to?
Keith,
And who is copied?
Ron Artigis, and myself.
And what is the subject of that?
Where did the money go?
The subject line says what?
Trust reconciliation.
Judge, permission to publish?
Good.
Yes. Anna, can we have the back table? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Weinstein, do you see that on your screen? Do you see the email on your screen there? Okay, is that essentially the same email that I just showed you
Yes,
that's
it
been
is.
marked as S11?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, and let's just start at the top there. Can you read that for us?
To all?
Yes.
I had selected the wrong bill pay. Some of the payments for 2017 and 2018, they went to a school loan, and no, I don't know. The total amount that was paid out of the trust account to the wrong payee was $25,054.77. With interest, I calculated, gets cut off. Send this amount directly to the principal as soon as the money hits my account. Please double check these numbers and let me know if they match up with your numbers.
Just gonna scroll down a little bit.
So I did some calculations also.
Okay, and what are we looking at down here?
The amounts that were paid to the trust in 17 and 18, there was a number of 38,380, but for some reason I calculated 34,209, probably from the bank statement somehow.
Are those your markings on there?
Those are my handwriting.
Okay.
Yes.
So was this an email that you received?
Yes.
Okay, ultimately, did you turn this email over to law enforcement during the investigation?
Yes, it was requested.
Okay, and let's just go down a little bit. What else does it say there?
So these are all the amounts, and it says, sorry for all the confusion, I've had my head up blank, Paul Caneiro.
Okay.
Sorry, you can say what it said.
S. Sorry for all the confusion, I've had my head up my ass, Paul Caneiro.
And when did you put the markings on each one of the,
Sorry, Judge.
go ahead.
Once I received the email, I went through the numbers.
Okay, so it was back then?
Yes.
Okay. Smalls?
Thank you, Judge. We can take this. Do you recall receiving that email?
Yes.
Earlier, we had discussed how you would receive the TD Trust bank statements from Paul Caneiro. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you receive any TD Trust bank statements from him for the year 2018?
I believe through September.
Okay, so should ask you, tell us the months of 2018 that you received.
I received January, all the months from January through September of 18.
Okay. Did you ultimately provide those bank statements to anyone during the course of the pending investigation?
Well, I did. I sent them to Keith by email.
Okay.
Or forwarded it to him, however I did at the time. And then this investigation, they were requested.
Okay, and specifically, we'll talk about both of those, but did you provide them to somebody named Detective Bassender from the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicated you forwarded them to Keith?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the time frame that you forwarded them to him?
Well, if it was through September, it would have been probably getting them, probably November.
Okay. And what about October through the end of the year? Did you ever
I
receive?
never received any more.
Okay.
Not that I recollect.
I'm going going to show you what's marked in, what's been marked as S12. Do you recognize these?
Yes, these are the bank statements that I received for the irrevocable trust.
Okay. And do these go from January to September? I'll let you look at them.
Through September, yes.
Through September,
Yes.
okay. Do you recall how you received those from Mr. Caneiro?
Email.
Okay. Judge, permission to publish S12.
You can.
Here we go. Mr. Weinstein, on your screen, do you have these in front of you?
Yes, I
These-
do.
Okay. Let's just look at the first page here. What is there on the top where it says ATF Keith Caneiro?
Irrevocable trust agreement, Keith Caneiro grantor, Paul Caneiro trustee.
Okay. And if we can just look at the first page there, the statement period, do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the date there?
January 1st through January 31st of 18.
Okay. And then just going down here, we're looking at, so it looks like January 2nd, and then it goes through January 31st. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, and there's a check mark on this?
yes.
Okay, did you put some markings on
That
these?
must have been my check mark, yes.
Okay, do you recall when you did that?
When I got all the statements at one time and I was going through them, yes.
All right, let's look at the first page where it says transaction date, January 2nd. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. And it has up at the top either debit, credit, and then it would have the balance, right?
correct.
Okay, January 2nd, do you see a debit there?
There's a debit for $1,000.
Okay, and do you see where that's going to?
I don't know the number, but yes, there's an account number or whatever there. to
Are the
transfer
last
it
four
out.
digits 3837?
Yes,
Okay. And then you see some credits, right?
yes.
Okay, and where are those credits from?
Coming from payroll, either from J. Martin Consulting, which was Square One, or Echo Pest Control.
So are these essentially, where we see the credits, is that the payroll that's coming from Keith Caneiro's?
Yes, it would have been, yes.
Now, you see a couple of more debits on this page for January, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, so I'm going to draw your attention to January 10th, you see that?
yes.
Okay, and that's how much?
$500.
And then January 22nd?
$2,500.
Okay, and then it indicates that it's being transferred to where?
3837.
Okay. If we can go to the next date, which would be February. And I'm not going to make you go through every single one of these again, but I just want to ask you a couple questions. Now, we're looking at February here, and we see some red markings. Do you see that?
Yes,
Whose markings are those?
those would have been my markings.
Okay, and do you recall what you were doing with those markings?
Trying to check from where it was coming from and where it was going, and then I probably did some type of a reconciliation of the account to make sure it all equaled.
Okay, and then I'm going to draw your attention to February 5th there. Do you see a debit?
$2,200.
And where is that going to?
3837.
Okay. And then do you also see some money coming in from the EcoStar and J. Martin companies?
Yes, through the payroll. Yes.
Let's go to the next pay period of March 1st through the 31st. Okay. And again, do you see those red checks there, or
Yes.
those red marks?
Yes.
Okay. And here there are no debits,
No
right?
debits at all.
Let's go to April.
In April, there were all those credits, and then on April 9th, there was a debit for $8,500 to Canada Life.
Okay, now that goes to Canada Life. And is there a check number under there?
There's a check number, yes.
Okay, specifically 995002?
995002, correct.
Now, was that something that you would commonly see? Sometimes you would see monies going to Canada Life?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what that
Well,
was
I
for?
mean, because they had fallen behind with the premiums, it wouldn't be a premium payment, so I think, I kind of remember the premium payments being like $7,800 something a quarter. But if it was $8,500, one of the goals Keith was trying to do is to pay down the loan and the interest, so it would be more than that amount.
Understood. Let's move on now to May 1st through May 31st.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes. May
Okay.
1st, $5,000 Canada Life Insurance Company.
Let's stay on that date for a second. So you see May 1st, $5,000 to Canada Life Insurance Company.
Yes.
What's missing under there?
I don't see that check number.
Okay. Let's move on to June.
There again, in June, a lot of the credits from the payroll, and then on June 18th, there was a payment to Canada Life Assurance for $7,500, and again, there's no check number on there.
Okay. Now, aside from me bringing your attention to that right now, was that something that you noticed back then?
I noticed Canada Life. That was my goal.
Let's move on to July. I want to draw your attention to July 16th. What do you see there?
$4,500 to Canada Life Assurance Company.
Okay, again, is there a check number?
No.
Let's move on to August. What are we looking at? I'm going to
August,
draw. Hold on one second. There's a
sorry.
question. I'm going to draw your attention to August 3rd. What do you see there?
$4,000 to Canada Life Assurance Company. No
Right.
check number.
How about August 18th?
Actually, it's August 17th.
I'm sorry, 17th.
$2,500 Canada Life Assurance Company.
No check number?
No check number.
How about August 28th?
Canada Life Assurance Company, no check number for $1,000.
Let's move on now. If we could scroll to September, please. I'm going to draw your attention to September 4th.
$1,000 to Canada Life Assurance Company, no check number.
And how about September 4th again?
$300 to Canada Life Assurance Company,
No check number?
no check number.
How about, I'm going to draw your attention to September 7th. What are we looking at here?
Canada Life, debit for Canada Life Assurance Company, $1,000, no check number.
And I'm going to draw your attention to 9/17. What are we looking at there?
$1,300 to Canada Life Assurance Company with no check number.
All right, let's move on to October, please. Oh, I'm sorry, there is no October. That's right. My mistake. Okay, because you never got October, right?
Never got it, never received it. Excuse me.
Mr. Weinstein, you indicated that you would do Keith and Paul's and the family's personal tax returns, I think?
Yes.
Okay. During your employment, did Paul Caneiro ever disclose or notify you of any fees that he was taking from the trust account as the trustee for tax purposes?
No,
Now, if he was taking a fee, would that be considered taxable income?
that would have been taxable income.
When was the last time you spoke to Keith Caneiro?
It was, I believe, the Tuesday night before his death.
Would it have been November 19th?
Yes.
How did you speak to him?
He would email me, we spoke by phone, we must have spoke at least 3 times on the phone that afternoon into the evening.
Without telling us anything that was said, what was just the general topic of the conversation?
Very upset, and just wanted to do something about it.
When you say upset, what specifically though? What was
That
he?
money wasn't going to pay his life insurance again, and he was pretty upset about that.
Now, what if anything did you tell Keith during that conversation?
I tried to calm him down, and I tried to tell him it was late. It was like 7 o'clock in the evening. I said, let's, we'll get in touch with TD Bank tomorrow to see what's going on.
Did you ever speak with Keith
I
again?
never spoke to him again.
Why not?
He was murdered.
When did you learn of that?
That next day, which was Wednesday, I got back to my office and I got a call from Ron Artigas. He asked me, did you hear what happened? I said no, and he told me, and I was in total shock. And then I tried to reach out to Paul to see what was going on, and never to speak to him.
Now, do you recall speaking with law enforcement in relation to this case?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was about?
So it was in January of 19.
And what, if anything, did you provide them with?
Whatever they asked for. All records from the company, trust information, anything they needed.
Okay. And did you also provide a formal statement?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Ross?
So, Mr. Weinstein, good morning. When Ms. Wallace first began talking to you this morning, she was asking how you knew the Caneiro family.
Yes.
You've known them for a lengthy period of time.
Yes.
Over 35 years, I guess. Throughout the 2000s and the 2010s, you were doing the Caneiro family's tax returns. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that would include Keith and his wife Jennifer, Paul and his wife Susan.
Yes.
It would include Corey Caneiro.
Not here and there, not consistently, no.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yes.
You obviously knew the Caneiros up until 2018.
Yes.
Did you have contact with members? Did you have contact with members of the Caneiro family after 2018?
To some extent, yes.
Business?
I spoke to Corey a few times. Met them at the Asbury Park office to see what was going on with the business, whatever. But that was being handled by, I forget the title, the person was going to handle running the business per se. I think Caesar the father was supposed to be the executor, but I think it was going to be run by the attorney. That's kind of what I remember. And
You're talking about the receiver for the business.
receiver, right.
Okay.
And other than that, I spoke with Caesar. I probably did his tax return at least one other time after that. I believe I did a tax return for Corey's wife or girlfriend. I don't know. I don't remember the relationship. But
Bertacci?
yes.
Okay.
At least 1 year, maybe 2 years.
After 2018. So that would be like 2019 and 2020.
Yeah, something like that.
So Keith and Paul owned EcoStar equally, right?
At a certain point, there was someone else was a third owner, and then they were equal.
That person left sometime in the early 2010s, and then after that, Paul was a 50% owner, Keith was a 50%.
Yes.
Now, throughout the time that you were doing the taxes for the Caneiro family, you're also doing the taxes for the businesses.
Not necessarily. I believe that the receiver had an accountant.
Prior to 2018.
Oh, yes, I was. Yeah.
Prior to 2018, you were filing all the tax returns for Square One and for EcoStar.
Correct.
Now, you had access, obviously, to the people who worked at those businesses in case you needed to speak to them
Correct.
for business issues, right? One of them would be Tiffany Rivera, right? She was the
Yes.
office manager,
Yes.
and that was at the Asbury Park office.
Yes.
By the way, obviously both Square One and EcoStar are in the same physical location, right?
Correct.
They're both in Asbury Park.
Correct.
At the same office. Now, there was another woman you mentioned during your direct testimony, Larissa.
Glorioso, yes.
She was a bookkeeper there.
She was there for a while, but she left way before this, I believe. I don't know. I think she was there through 16 or 17. I don't remember when she left exactly.
You said that you would stop by the office about once a month,
At that point in time, yes.
and you would be there obviously to check in on
Bank reconciliations and, there were sales tax filings that needed to get done. Financially, things weren't great, so they were kind of falling behind, so we were trying to work out arrangements with New York State or New Jersey. But we would work on that. I would review the payroll and payroll taxes, correspondence, all that kind of stuff, yes.
Mm-hmm. And you'd spend probably about half a day there, I'd imagine.
Probably like that, yeah.
When you were there, that on those once a month occasions, you would see Paul there.
Not all the time, but he was there more when they were starting to look to sell EcoStar. He was there when I don't know how often he was there, except if I was there and he was there. He was working on the numbers for this potential purchase or sale of the company.
Okay. Your perspective on that time period, the sale of EcoStar, would be that Paul was trying to put numbers together, projecting that revenue in that company was going to increase.
Yes.
And therefore, the sales value, sales price of that company should also increase.
Possibly, yes.
And Paul wanted to wait on that increase in revenue so that they
That's
could
what
get a bigger sales price,
Right. They
right?
thought they could do better than $850. Correct.
And those were based on some of the numbers and the projections he was putting together.
Correct.
You saw his projections and his numbers, right? At the time.
You have to say yes or no.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
And, you agreed with Paul.
I don't know if I agreed or disagreed. It was a question of, at the time, 850 was, to me, an amazing number that this company could get. That Terminix wanted it, and from what I understood from other information was that they were looking to buy up a lot of small companies. So my feeling was, it's not really a question of agreeing or disagreeing. My feeling was, you got this number, maybe they're going to go somewhere else. Take the money and move ahead. Who knows if they'll go to another company and offer them the $850. So that's just my feeling.
Sure.
So it's not a question of agreeing. It could have gone up, but as what happened in my discussion, they took the offer off the table, and at one point it went down to $750. So that was my feeling.
Well,
It's not right or wrong. It's just
I think it's this, though, and tell me if I'm wrong. This wasn't just a conversation that you and Keith and Paul were having in 1 or 2 days in November. This conversation had been going on
for a few months.
for months,
A
right?
few months, not a lot of months. A few months.
And in August of 2018, you're talking to Paul and to Keith, and you're saying that in terms of the offer going up, you're telling Keith that time is on your side.
I don't
Are you
know.
not? You don't remember? Can I
Yeah,
show you something?
Yeah,
to maybe
remind me.
help you? Judge, I'm going to approach with D10.
D10.
Show you this. So this is an email, okay? And I'm just going to direct your attention to who it's from,
Okay.
who it's to.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah, sure. remember this,
Okay.
yes.
So,
I mean, you always keep things close to the vest when you're making a deal. I mean, that's,
sure,
you don't tell somebody what the price is gonna be, because that's the price.
right. And you're saying in this, we figure that time's on our side. Company keeps improving in the right direction, and the price we don't.
But then they came back at $750, so maybe time wasn't on our side.
This is August 28th of 2018, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. You just showed him a document. He hasn't identified it. I don't know what it is. I don't know who the to and from are. I don't know what you started reading from it. I need more information from that before we continue.
This is an email from Steve Weinstein to Keith Caneiro, dated August 28th, 2018, at 3:41 and 16 seconds in the afternoon.
What was the date?
August 28th, 2018.
And you're saying you remember that?
I don't, I mean, now that I see it, I remember, but I don't remember that.
All right. Go ahead. Now you can continue. Now I understand what you're talking about. And I hope jurors understand where we are? Okay, great.
So-
Go ahead.
Should I speak?
Why don't I ask a question?
sorry.
and we'll- Okay, that's fine. Then, actually, right above that, in this same document, we see that Keith responds
Yes.
to you.
Should I read it?
Well, do you remember what he told you?
I don't remember that until I read this now. I didn't remember that.
Okay. Well, then I would ask you to read it to yourself then.
Can we be heard at sidebar, please?
You can. Sir, don't say anything. Can
So, you did have a chance to read the rest of this document,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Now, without telling us what was said by anybody other than yourself, okay? This is a back and forth email between you and Keith about the potential sale of EcoStar, right? And
Correct.
specifically, we're talking about August of 2018.
Correct.
And this is several months before the November conversation that you testified with the prosecutor about, right?
August, yes, same year, yes.
And so, and obviously, your impression of this conversation, this is back in August, is that it's not just Paul at that point in time who's hopeful for a higher number. It's you, too, right? And it's Keith, too.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you had other communications with Keith and with Paul on the issue of the sale between August and November?
It's fair to say I don't remember them, but it's fair
Okay.
to say.
Just to refresh your recollection on that issue, Judge, I would like to approach with D5.
D5?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for record purposes, this is an email, right? Is that yes?
Say yes or no?
Yes, sorry.
And is it an email from Keith Caneiro?
Keith to me.
Okay. And the date of this is September 13th of 2018?
Correct.
Okay. Could I just have you read this to yourself?
To myself.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. One point of being here that there were additional conversations that you and Keith had about this sale between August and November, right? Is that yes?
Yes.
And those conversations were not definitively about Keith accepting an offer of $850,000.
Well, based on that email I just read, no. It's just conceptually thinking about it, planning ahead, strategizing.
Okay. Keith is thinking he might accept that offer,
Correct.
but he's not saying. In the November email that the prosecutor showed you, Keith is saying, "Let's do it." Right?
Correct.
But prior to then, those statements like that were not being made by Keith. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay. Because everybody is considering what their options are, right?
Of course, yes.
And that would only make sense for everybody to do, right?
Correct.
But when we get to November, Keith is concerned that his contract with the Duke estate might not renew.
Correct.
And that's when Keith is really motivated to sell EcoStar.
Correct.
And that's when he's on board to take the price of $750 that they're offering.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that. Is it in it? I know they dropped the price to $750.
But EcoStar was a 50-50 company between Keith and Paul, like you said.
Correct.
And that means that Keith and Paul are both going to have to be on board with a sale,
Of course.
in order for it to take place.
Correct.
Paul, you saw in that email the prosecutor showed you, They come back at 750. You say, this is a tremendous offer. Paul says, they said 850.
No, I think I said 850 was a tremendous offer. And then when we held up, then it became 750.
Could I have your list? This is, I'm sorry, so this is S10. This is you
I
saying,
guess we gotta start hearing. They said 850. Want me to respond to them?
You guys can't have a conversation
I'm not,
amongst
I'm just
yourselves.
talking to myself. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right.
I think it's based on the 850. Sorry, it's confusing emails.
okay, but anyway, the point is, they come back, right? Keith wants to take the offer, right? And Paul says, they said 850, right?
Correct.
Meaning, they're not offering 850 now. They said 850,
Correct.
right? Meaning also that Keith wanted to take the 750 at that point in time.
Maybe, I don't remember that, but possibly.
Okay. Judge, could I just approach with S9?
Sure.
You gave a statement to the state, right? You gave a statement to the police about this case,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And you know that that was documented?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you this. This is S9. It says Statement of Stephen Weinstein at the top.
Correct.
Okay. I would just have you flip through this and see if you recognize it.
Oh, about the 850?
Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. But just take a look at the last page.
Oh, yes.
See your signature on that?
Yes.
Okay. So flip back, if you could, to page 4.
Sir, what's the date of the statement?
This is January 24th, 2019.
Yeah.
How many pages is the statement, sir?
The page,
Let him answer.
9 pages.
And did you sign the last page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize it?
I recognize my signature, yes.
Do you recognize the entire document?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Because I remember these words and I remember... I remember...
So is that the statement you gave to the police?
Yes.
Any doubt in your mind?
No.
Okay. Now go ahead. Whatever page you want, Mr. Murray.
okay. So now that you've read that, the detective asked you, can you tell us who the offer was from and how much it was for? And that's on line 22 of page 4. You see that, right?
It's page 4. Oh, yes.
Okay. And then you answer that question on line 24 of the same page.
Correct.
Right? And your answer is, the offer was for roughly $850,000.
Correct.
But that was reduced to $750,000 by terminus.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Could I have that?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, the prosecutor asked you before about Keith going back to school.
Correct.
I would be correct to say, though, that wherever Keith was, when you would go to the office, the Asbury Park office on a monthly basis,
Yes.
Keith would not be there.
Correct.
He was never there when you were there.
I would never say never, but not a lot of times when I was there. Correct.
You would see Paul far more often than you would see Keith.
More
Yeah.
often than Keith. Correct.
Okay. So, the trust account that you testified about,
Yes.
you would have to prepare the estate and gift tax forms for that account potentially every year,
Potentially, yes.
depending on whether there were contributions, I guess, above a certain...
Exceeding that amount for that year. I don't remember what it was. It's probably around $10,000 or $11,000.
In order to do that, you would need documents about the trust account.
Correct.
And you received those, you said initially, from going to Square One physically,
Correct.
and then later by getting them from Paul.
Correct.
When the prosecutor showed you those documents before with your check marks on them,
Yes.
those were bank records, right?
Correct.
And they were the bank records from the trust account.
Correct.
And those were records that you had reconciled.
Correct.
And this is something that you had done for years at that point. Certainly since 2010 until 2017, you were engaged in that activity, right?
Correct.
What we saw in those records were debits from the trust account to an account that you said you didn't know what it was, but the last four numbers were 3837.
Correct.
Right. Now, those debits would have been on those records when you originally reconciled, right?
Correct.
And you were aware then that in these prior years, in 2013, 14, 15, 16, that there were debits on the trust account
Correct.
that were not going to the insurance company,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
I mean, that's,
Correct.
is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
So, in all these prior years, by having access to these trust account documents, you could see that there was money leaving the trust account, going into an account that you didn't know, right?
At the time. Correct.
But that wasn't the Canada Life policy.
Correct.
In prior years as well, not only were there debits from the trust account to an account ending in 3837, there were also debits to an account ending 1361. Do you recall that?
Now that you tell me, but I don't remember.
would like to show you the document and see if you recognize it. Judge, this is D32.
D32, okay.
This is an email, okay? This email, we'll just go to the top, okay? Sure, go ahead. Does it appear to be at the top from Keith Caneiro?
Yes,
Does it appear to be to you?
yes,
Does it appear to be dated May 11th, 2017?
yes.
Flipping through, oh, I should ask you, do you have an independent recollection of receiving that particular email?
I don't.
Okay. I just want you to flip through to page 3, okay? And you can just look at that yourself and flip through page 3 and 4 of that document and tell me if you've seen that before.
Don't remember ever seeing this. I don't. I do not remember seeing this. I might have, but I don't remember right now.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute the fact that this email was sent to you?
No reason to dispute it.
Do you have any reason to dispute the fact that when this email was sent to you, it contained an attachment?
Okay, yes, I don't remember, but no reason to dispute.
Do you have any reason, then, to dispute the fact that in years prior to 2018, withdrawals from that trust account were made not just to an account ending 3837, but to other bank accounts as well?
Possibly. Well, you just showed me that, so I'd have to say yes, but I don't remember that.
You don't remember?
Correct.
Do you remember an account, the last 4 numbers of which are 1361, that you encountered in any of your dealings with Square One or the Caneiros?
You asked me for 4 digits of an account number? I mean, that's pretty difficult. And you're talking about 7, 8 years later? It kind of sounds familiar, but I can't remember that.
If you were to see a record connected with that account, could you tell me, would it refresh your recollection as to whether you handled that in some capacity in the past?
Yes.
Okay. This is D33,
D33, okay.
and this is a TD Bank record.
May I just see that, please?
Yeah, sure.
So it's the company account. You want me to see the debit or credit on it?
No, I'm just asking you to see if
Okay,
you
yes.
recognize the account
So
itself.
it's J. Martin Systems before they closed it in 14.
Okay. So this is an old operating account for Square One.
Okay,
Is that fair?
that's fair.
And it ends, this account number ends in 1361.
Correct.
And this is a closed account, but you don't know when it closed.
When the company closed, I don't remember now when J. Martin Systems was dissolved, but that company was closed, correct?
But this particular account, you don't know when this account was closed.
No.
If there were withdrawals from the trust account to the company account in prior years, we imagine that those would have been available for you to see when you did the trust reconciliation.
Correct.
And obviously, if you saw those and didn't mention anything to Keith about them, tell me if I'm wrong, I'd imagine that would either be because you didn't notice them, or because if you did, you didn't think that they were a big deal.
No, everything's a big deal, but right now, you're pulling things out of context, and I don't know the actions I would have taken back then on these items. I would have definitely not classified them as payments to the Canada Life Company, and I might have spoken to Paul, I might have spoken to Keith. I don't remember what I did at this point. That's 2014, for example. And I also, as I said earlier, when things were not financially in good shape as they were, the premiums were not getting paid, and money was going from all the different companies to cover things. So I don't remember the actions that I would have taken. So nothing is unimportant, but now it's out of context, I can't remember.
Okay, well, you bring up a good point. So let's take a step back. You said money was going different places from the two companies back and forth, right? It wasn't just from the companies, though, either. It was, money was coming from Keith's personal account into the company, right? And coming from the company into Keith's personal account.
What time frame are we talking?
This is, I would say, and I'll ask the witness, Judge, but I would imagine this is really throughout the 2010s that this is going on.
Could I respond?
Yes.
Okay, so as I said earlier, and there was an email from Keith regarding the sale of EchoStar or whatever, in the email, Keith even discussed that...
Hold on, sir. Don't say what Keith said in that email.
I'm sorry, the email, when I read the email.
Okay, but I don't want you to say what Keith said in the email. That's hearsay. But
There was a
you're trying. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
I want you to illustrate your point and respond, but just be careful in what you say, if you don't mind, please. Thank you, sir.
There was an understanding that there was factually an understanding that there were loans from officers or shareholders on the books. Everybody understood that.
Sure. Well, we should probably explain that, though. So a loan from an officer on the books means that, for our purposes, Paul and or Keith had given money to the company,
Possibly, yes.
and on the books, that was a liability for the company.
Correct.
And you actually did prepare documents to demonstrate the company's assets and liabilities throughout your involvement with them, correct? And those you did, I think those are balance sheets, they're called?
Well, after a while, I just prepared tax returns, but earlier years, I would prepare some compilation financial statements. Yes.
Okay. So, but you had mentioned money going back and forth, so I just want to get back there for a second. Keith would put money into the company, Keith would take money out of the company. correct? And that
Correct.
And that would happen throughout the 2010s, that was going on,
Correct.
right? Paul would put money in the company, Paul would take money out of the company.
Correct.
That would happen throughout the 2010s,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Keith would use the company to pay for certain personal expenses, and he would then put the money back into the company later, correct? Keith had the company pay for his tuition to go back to school, right?
Correct.
There was, on the balance sheets that you prepared, there was a company credit card through American Express you had to keep track of, right?
The bookkeeping department did, yes.
The bills on that were quite large.
Correct.
You had to factor those into the balance sheets and whatnot that you put together, right?
Correct, yes.
And you would see the statements from the credit card, from the American Express account, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the credit card there were open accounts within it, not just for Keith and Paul, but for Jennifer as well.
That I don't remember, but they were there, they had their credit cards all together, yes.
And so basically, and also there was money in terms of for a 1K loans
Yes.
that Keith had taken, right?
I don't remember, possibly. When things were slow, that might have happened, yes.
Okay. So, how much, if you recall, was Keith owed by the company, and how much was Paul owed by the company?
I have absolutely no idea at this point in time.
Okay. If I were to show you a balance sheet that you prepared from November 30th of 2016, would you be able to tell me if you prepared it?
Yes.
Judge, this is D35.
D35? Okay, thank you.
Just to start, is there a cover letter on the front of that?
This is not, I did not prepare this. This is from their internal books.
I see. Could you flip back to the first page?
Yes.
Is that your letterhead?
This I got from the company books, yes.
Okay.
And all I said on here is, can I read this, Judge?
I don't know what it says. Prosecutor, have you even seen the document yet?
No, if I could just take a quick look.
Do you have an objection to him reading the front page? Okay. Yes, you can. You can read it once you have it back.
Please be advised that EchoStar Pest Management and J. Martin Consulting Square One are affiliated under Section 414 of the IRS Code under subsection B, C, M, or O. Thank you. And this was to, I don't remember the year now, but this had to do with the retirement plan. But I did not prepare that financial statement. That's from the books, from their QuickBooks Online at the office.
Okay. Which you had
I
asked.
don't even know if I attached it to this. I really don't know at this point.
You don't know how this got
I prepared the letter, but I don't remember.
Okay. So if I'm
And
understanding.
the purpose of the letter was because all the employees would have to be covered by a retirement plan. That's why I mentioned it.
Right. So I guess my understanding I'm getting from you right now is you don't know how this letter with your letterhead got attached to these documents.
I don't remember. The only thing I could say is that at one point in time, as was asked previously, Paychecks handled the retirement plan, and then for a couple of years or so, they switched to another company to handle the retirement plan. So it would make sense to me, they needed to know this so they would know that EchoStar and J. Martin Consulting employees would all have to be covered. So I was asked to then put that letter. I don't even remember being asked. I don't remember doing it, but that's my letter.
Okay. Though you didn't prepare this document, that's attached to the letter. You recognize it as an internal company document from Square One.
Correct.
And you recognize it being from their QuickBooks.
QuickBooks Online, and I don't even understand why that had to be attached to that letter if it was going to a retirement company, so I really can't help more than that.
I understand. What I'm trying to find out more, okay, is not why it's attached to the letter. It's more, given your knowledge that this came from the Square One QuickBooks, which you had access to, by the way,
Yes.
and could review regularly, right?
When I visited, yes.
Right. Given your knowledge that this is a document from that location, would you be able to verify the accuracy of a line item in this if I were to show it to you?
Yes.
Okay. This is page 2, okay? Or, I'm sorry, page 3 of D35.
No, this is two.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is page 3. Sorry.
Page 3. That's okay. That's okay. Just going to ask you to look towards the line.
Yes. There were 2 loans payable for Keith and Paul.
Okay. What was the loan payable to Paul?
At the time, the loan payable to Paul, and I probably would have to have made an adjustment for this $32,000. But on here, the loan payable to Paul was $179,285 and 34 cents.
Okay. And the loan payable to Keith?
At the time was $118,690 and 92 cents.
Okay. Thanks.
What does loan payable mean?
It means that they either put money in directly into the company or may have paid expenses on behalf of the company, and that money would be owed back to them at that point in time.
Can you see from the sheets what they were for? How they paid it in?
I'd have to go back and look, because there were various, they might have paid money on behalf of the company for computer equipment and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that the jurors understand what that money was. Go ahead.
So, what this is going to show is, aside from the monetary amounts, right, is that both Paul and Keith are taking their money and putting it into the company.
Yes, correct.
Right? And the purpose of that could be to fund payroll in a given week, right?
Correct.
It could be for the purchase of office supplies.
Correct.
It could be for any number of things. But the point is that when they transfer the personal money into the business, it's for the purpose of the business. Fair to say?
Correct. Excuse me.
The other thing that we can see is what is a reflection of what you just testified to about D35 is that as it pertains to D35, Paul is owed more than Keith is.
Yes, at that point in time, yes.
So at this point in time, the indication would be that Paul has put more money in than Keith and gotten less money back, right?
Well, I don't know at the end. I don't know about getting less money back. I know at that point his loan was larger than Keith's.
Because he had put more money in.
Correct.
At that point in time. Okay. And that was $179,000. Over the years, did you would have interactions with Tiffany Rivera?
Correct.
Okay. You had a chance to speak with her, obviously, in person, correct? She would also maybe communicate with you in writing from time to time?
I remember in the early years, I wasn't a big email person, so I don't know about email. When you say, I guess writing, you mean emails. Maybe some, but maybe she'd call me.
Okay. You've obviously seen a ton of Square One and EcoStar documents throughout the time that you were providing accounting services to them, right?
Correct.
And those documents would include not just, financial records, but sometimes lists of transfers between companies and things like that, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And Tiffany might have written something in pen on some of those documents.
Maybe, yes.
You had an opportunity to observe her handwriting over those years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Your impression was that the checks were sent from the trust account to the insurance company. How?
But so ask that question again.
How did the checks, who wrote the checks for the trust to go to the insurance company?
As I said earlier also, for the most part, the procedure was to be that there would be a payroll transfer to the TD bank account. But that doesn't mean that all through the years that happened that way. Mm-hmm. Sometimes there were checks written from Square One, which I would consider like against the loan payable officer or a shareholder distribution. It all depends on the flow of money, cash flow at that time.
Okay. Let me see if I understand you. Ideally, the trust account would have regularly been funded through payroll.
Correct.
In the real world, in reality, that didn't always happen.
Correct.
Meaning that the trust, right, is responsible for making quarterly payments to the insurance company.
Correct.
But in order for the trust to do that, it's got to be adequately funded.
Correct.
And you're asserting that because of other business needs over the years, that trust account may not always have been adequately funded.
Correct. And that's why the loan started many years ago.
Okay. So your understanding of the start of the loan is not...
Let me just clarify.
Yes.
I meant the loan provision in the insurance that started because there was not enough funding and paying of the premiums.
Right. So premiums aren't paid on the insurance policy. That gets converted to a loan against the policy that would need to be paid back before money is applied to premiums again. That's your understanding?
I didn't know the actual details or logistics, but I would think that you could do them simultaneously. You could pay a current premium and pay back a loan and the interest as well.
Okay.
You didn't only have to, you weren't not allowed or restricted from paying a current premium until you paid the loan back.
In either case, though, your understanding is because the trust account hadn't been adequately funded in prior years, payments couldn't be made to the insurance policy.
Correct.
And because those payments couldn't be made to the insurance policy, those got converted into a loan on that policy itself.
Correct.
Okay. Very mechanically speaking, okay, in terms of the money actually just getting to the insurance company, that would come primarily, I'd imagine, from the trust account.
Correct.
Would that be done by paper check? Would that be electronic wire? Would
It
that
could be either way. I don't, in the most recent years, I think it was a check, but I didn't write out I only got the bank statements, and I don't remember all the checks per se. But it could have been electronically done as well. But I didn't set that up, so I don't know for sure at this moment in time.
Okay. Do you know who wrote the checks from the trust account to
Well,
the insurance?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Do you
I would presume it was the trustee, but I don't know. The trustee handling the account.
Okay. So without specific information, you would presume in the abstract that it was the trustee, meaning you'd presume in the abstract that it was Paul.
Correct.
But you don't have specific information to show that it actually was Paul.
Correct.
I think I understand. This is S50, Judge.
S50 or D50?
S.
S50.
Yeah.
Okay.
Showing you S50. This is a one-page document. Okay.
Yes.
Do you recognize that as a check from the
Yes.
Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust account?
Yes.
Okay. Is it dated?
December 27, 2016.
Okay. And it's not an electronic check, right? It's
No,
a handwritten check?
Handwritten check
Okay.
for the quarterly premium.
Okay. Do you recognize the handwriting?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was Paul or somebody else's. I don't remember. his signature.
You don't recognize his handwriting then?
I don't remember his signature, so it
Well-
looks like it could be Paul because that looks like a P.
The filling out of the check, I'd ask you to take a look at. The payee,
Canada Life.
do you recognize the handwriting of the person who wrote that?
It's not me. I don't remember.
You don't know?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Now, you mentioned speaking to Keith on the evening of November 19th,
Yes.
2018. And Keith was very angry that night.
Very upset, yes.
Right. You told him to try to calm down and to get some sleep, right?
Yes.
And told him, basically, we can handle this in the morning, right?
We should look into this in the tomorrow.
In April, when the issue arose with the payments from the trust to the student loans that you testified about, right?
Yes.
Keith was upset then too.
Correct.
And in fact, in your statement to the police, you said at that time that Keith was overly upset with everyone,
Correct.
not just with Paul.
Correct.
Because everyone would include yourself?
Possibly.
Okay. Well, I'm asking, when you said everyone, what you meant.
When I said everyone in my statement,
When
it's
you said-
everybody in the bookkeeping department.
And Keith obviously was upset, but he then calmed down, right?
Well, I only know the conversation I had with him. I don't know behind the scenes how we fared after that.
Okay. At least as far as you could tell, Keith calmed down. What I'm asking you
Is
is,
there an answer to that? I don't,
I answered. I said, I don't know after I spoke to him if he
right.
actually calmed down.
So when he just said to you that, so Keith calmed down, that's not what you're saying,
I'm not saying he did. I don't know.
right?
in your statement, you're talking about March and April of 2018.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. And you agreed that you told the police that Keith at that point in time was overly upset with everyone about what was going on with the trust,
Yes.
right? And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I'm just trying to read what you said, okay?
Yes.
And when you said everyone, you meant not just Paul, but multiple people,
Well,
right?
Yes.
Okay.
He was venting to me about everybody, yes.
And at that point in time, in April, Keith wanted to remove Paul as the trustee.
Correct.
But then months go by
Correct.
and nothing changed,
Correct.
right? Paul was still the trustee.
Yes.
Keith obviously is well aware of that fact, right?
Yes.
And Keith never provided you with any documents that you would need to fill out for a change of trustee, right?
I wouldn't be anyone to fill out any documents, no.
You never provided him with the information for how to do that, right?
I wouldn't, that's not something that I handle, no.
So, as you say in your statement, months later and nothing changed, right?
Correct.
Paul, after April, wasn't replaced as the trustee.
Correct.
And after April, when Keith was overly upset with everybody, we fast forward a couple of months, and you and Paul and he are all involved in these ongoing discussions about the sale of EcoStar.
Correct.
Right? And Paul's the one who's putting the numbers together for that proposed sale, right?
Correct.
And Keith is relying on Paul's numbers.
Correct.
And Paul's numbers are the basis of those ongoing negotiations.
Yes.
Right? So Keith at this point in time is obviously, and Paul's expressing, we saw today, points in time, the opinion that it's better to wait, right?
Yes.
And Paul is using his numbers as the basis for that opinion,
Yes.
correct? And Keith is relying on those numbers in terms of what his perception of what he should do is, right?
Yes.
And when that really changes is after the meeting that he had with the Duke estate about continuing the Square One contract.
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
All right, we're gonna stop right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take our lunch break right now. I just want to remind you, you're not to discuss this case. We're not going to look at anything on the internet or anything else during the lunch hour, not to look at any news. You're not to do any research of any kind. I just want you to go downstairs. You'll go with them more, and we'll bring you back up here about 1:25. So, like I said, you're better off staying here, but if you want to go out, you can. Just know that you got to be back here because I'm bringing you up at 1:25, and we're going to start again right at 1:30, okay? Everybody have a nice lunch. Thank you very much. And again, if you want water or something, you want to bring something back, you can do that. Good afternoon, please be seated. Came back strong from lunch, I like it. All right, sir, you can come back up. We're back on the record, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro, indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastelon on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Judge. Andy Murray for Mr. Caneiro.
Okay, and good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right, we have our witness back. You ready to go, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Murray, continue your cross-examination.
Mr. Weinstein, we had talked a lot about EcoStar, but in terms of the structure of the Square One side of businesses, that was a 90-10 structure in terms of ownership, is that right? And that was 90% owned by Keith.
Correct.
10% owned by Paul.
Correct.
And if the Duke contract didn't continue, that essentially meant that Square One was out of business.
Probably so, yes.
I think the way you put it was that over the years, their other customer base had dwindled.
Correct.
And did it appear to you that Keith had made efforts to revive any of that dwindling business?
Not that I know of. I don't know.
So basically, when we get into 2018, we're relying on the continuation of this business relationship with Doris Duke to keep going at Square One.
Correct.
You did Keith and Jennifer's taxes for their personal taxes for many years.
Yes.
You know that Keith had many expenses. He had a very large mortgage payment. He had, at times, a lot of credit card debt.
That has nothing to do with the taxes, but yes.
He had, at times, debt that he owed to the IRS.
Possibly. I don't remember exactly, but yes.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the police about Keith's debt to the IRS when you gave a statement?
No.
You do not? Okay. So, I'm going to approach Judge.
You can.
This is, once again, Mr. Weinstein, showing you your statement, which you recognized before, marked as S9.
Correct.
If you could go to page 7 of that document for me. Yeah. And when you get to 7, if you could just look at the question on line 4 and the answer on line 7.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so Keith, when you gave that statement, they asked you if Keith and Paul had IRS debt.
Yes.
And you specifically talked about Keith's IRS debt,
Correct.
right? And you estimated that debt to, at a point, be between $60,000 and $80,000.
It's there. I must have said it, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Now, Paul had income from sources other than Square One and EcoStar. right? Let me rephrase that, because I shouldn't use that word, perhaps. Paul, aside from the income he received from Square One and EcoStar, was also getting money from other sources, such as disability, right?
Yes.
And Keith was not.
No, he wasn't.
And if Doris Duke went away, and EcoStar or in Square One lost that contract, that would totally cut off Keith from making any money.
At that point, yes. Yes.
But
except for EchoStar, which they still were earning money. But correct.
Nowhere near what Square One is.
That's right. No.
But that fact wouldn't have cut Paul off from the other money he was getting from sources such as disability.
Correct.
Just wanted to clarify one other thing, and I want to show you S12, which you looked at before. This was the TD Bank, the statement
Yes.
for the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust
Correct.
that you said you would look at periodically.
Yes.
Okay. When you recognized it before, I'm sure you saw at the top, it does say ATF Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement.
Correct.
And below that, it also lists a address.
Correct.
And it lists the address of 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey.
Yes.
Okay, that was
Keith's home.
Keith's home address, right? So the trust bank statements have Keith's home address on it,
Right.
correct? And over the years, do you remember Keith sending you via email trust documents from the trust account?
I don't remember. I just remember in more recent years I would get them from Paul.
Okay.
And remember also earlier on, they would have a statement for me at the office in Woodbridge or Homedale. So I don't know how they got there, either from Paul, if you're maybe saying Keith. They were at the office when I would go there. So in the later years, or current years, based on the incident, it would come from Paul.
Okay. But you're saying you don't have a specific recollection of getting
I don't
account
remember
statements
that at
from
all.
Keith?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know, so I guess what you're testifying to is the fact that if you picked up the records physically, you don't know who put them there.
In the earlier years, maybe they gave them to the bookkeeper there. There were other bookkeepers in the past. or whatever, but I don't know how they got to the office. They were there.
Okay. And then, do you remember receiving an email from Keith in February of 2018 with the trust account bank statements attached to it? You do not. I marked this as D16. This is an email, correct?
Yes,
It's from Keith.
yes,
It's to you.
yes,
It's got, we see it has attachments on it.
yes.
We see that there's attachments listed in the file, right?
Yes.
When we go to those, these are the,
Okay. I don't remember. But
you don't
yes.
remember. Okay, that's fine.
What's the date of the email?
I'm
Yep.
sorry, Judge. This is February 17, 2018. So, you'd agree with me that though you may not have a specific recollection, there may well have been times where Keith was sending you the trust account statement.
That sense that he did, but I don't remember it. Yes.
Okay. Another issue I just wanted to go back to very briefly with you was this issue about the account ending in 1361,
Yes.
the closed.
That was the J. Martin Systems, Inc., right?
Right. So I'm going to show you. Just going to show you what I mark as D41. Okay. This is the.
Trust account.
It's a trust account, and it's for the year 2014.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just going to take you to the April section of that
Hold on.
statement.
Can you be heard at sidebar?
You can. just so that the jurors know, I'm going to sustain the objection based upon what we just talked about, but I'm going to let you ask whatever question you want to ask right now.
Okay, thank you, Judge. So, Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
Redirecting your attention to the April section of the 2014 irrevocable trust account statements. If we look to the date of 4/24.
11,000 went to 1361.
Right, thank you. So in 1361 was the J. Martin operating account. Right.
Systems, yes.
Systems.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned that after November of 2018, into December of 2018, let's say, you had some dealings with Tiffany Rivera, right? And you had also some dealings with Corey Caneiro?
Yes.
And did those take place at the Asbury Park office?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding at that point in time that with Keith now,
I'm trying to remember if it was then or after that, but I do remember meeting in Asbury Park. I can't really remember for sure if it was December, but I do know at some point in time I was trying to figure out what their plan was.
okay, it's certainly after November 20th of 2018.
Yes.
And Corey is involved at that point in time in administrating the businesses.
Well, his father actually, Cesar Caneiro, was, I believe, the executor or the administrator or whatever, and Corey was trying to assist his dad.
Prior to November 20th of 2018, you would never see Corey at the businesses, correct?
Years ago, he was working there, but no.
When you say years ago,
I
can we
can't-
clarify that?
Yes. It was a number of years. He was working there for a short period of time.
Short period of time,
Yeah, and then he wasn't. And that I can't remember.
less than a year.
Probably a year, something like that. Less than a year.
You don't have a recollection of how many years ago that was? Okay. You have a recollection of why he left?
No, anything I would have known is hearsay, not happy. That's all I would have known, something like that.
You're using the word hearsay to mean something you heard from somebody else?
Yeah, around the office. I don't really know why he left.
Okay.
I can't give you a definitive answer.
Okay. Can you give me an answer on whether he left because of his own decision or because he left because other people thought he should leave?
I have absolutely no idea.
EcoStar is placed into the hands of a receiver you testified about, right? The receiver who...
I think everything, yeah.
Yeah.
Relevance of this, Judge.
I'm sorry?
Relevance. This is after the fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize too. There was just an issue that I had to deal with. I have to decide what evidence you hear and what you don't hear. So sorry for the little delay there. Counsel, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Are you aware of the fact of whether EcoStar was sold in the years after 2018?
Yes.
Are you aware of what year that occurred in?
Yes, I do.
And what year was that?
I do, because I was home recovering from hip surgery.
Just tell us the year, sir.
I'm sorry. That's how I remember, though.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
had to speak with the attorneys about that situation, and I think they formalized the deal probably in May or June of 2019, I believe.
And do you recall how much it sold for?
I don't remember that. In the end, I don't.
No.
I don't.
Do you remember if it was more or less than what you were
I
talking
think
about?
it was in that area, if anything, but I don't remember.
When you say that area, are we talking about 750?
Between the 800 area, something like that.
I'm sorry, just one moment.
Sure.
Just a clarification question. When we are talking about officers of these companies, in terms of Square One and in terms of EcoStar, we're talking about just Paul and Keith, right?
Correct.
There was, during these years, 2010 through 2018, there was no third person.
Well, EchoStar at one point was a third officer.
Right, but
But otherwise, it was Paul and Keith.
it was Paul.
Correct.
Right. There were no other officers.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Weinstein, on cross-examination, there was some discussion regarding the fact that the TD Trust account wasn't always sufficiently funded to pay the premiums.
Correct.
Okay. But when there was money in there from Keith's payroll, where should that money have gone, to your
To
knowledge?
pay the premiums of Canada Life or pay down the loans. Anything, it should have gone to Canada Life.
Okay. In terms of the bank statements, there was some discussion about whose address was on the TD bank statements. And you indicated, I believe, that you would receive them from Paul.
Correct.
Were there times when you would have to request them multiple times from him?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, in the period of time, 18, beginning of 18 and later in 18, I would ask Paul, email Paul for the bank statements.
And what would happen?
Sometimes it took time, and then he would send me multiple of them at the same time.
Now, there was discussion on cross-examination to the fact you were asked whether Keith was on disability, and you'd said no. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you indicated Paul was on disability?
Yes.
Okay, to your knowledge, would that have prevented him from obtaining outside employment?
Yes, it would have.
Nothing further.
Recross. If any.
I don't think so, Judge. Thank you.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Ronald Artigas.
I said just watch your step. Could you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You say your full name for the record and spell your last name once you sit down and you're comfortable. Go ahead.
Ronald F. Artigas,
Spell your last name for me.
Artiges.
Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm an insurance broker.
And where do you work?
Raymond G. McCarthy and Company.
Okay, just if you could slow down a little bit, because it's hard to understand you.
Oh, okay.
Where do you work?
Raymond G. McCarthy and Company.
Okay, and how long have you been in the business of being an insurance broker?
45 years.
Are you familiar with the Caneiro family?
I am.
How were you familiar with them?
I was introduced through a broker, Robert Reichenstein. I was working with him and handling health insurance for a company that Paul and Keith worked at.
What time frame was that?
2000.
Okay, and over the years, did you do any work for them?
I handled the health insurance. I also handled life insurance. Also handled homeowners insurance for Paul. I had, other accounts, disability insurance and so forth that we handled for J. Martin, Square One.
Okay, so there's been testimony about it, but just to your knowledge, how many businesses did Paul own?
2.
Okay, and who did he own them with?
Keith.
Okay, were you familiar specifically with Keith Caneiro?
I don't understand what you mean.
Were you familiar? Did you know Keith Caneiro?
I did,
Okay, and about how long have you known him for?
since 2000.
Is it the same for Mr. Caneiro too?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you would do some work with regard to certain types of insurance.
Yes.
Did you ever do any work specifically with regard to the businesses?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Well, for J. Martin, I handled the ancillary benefits as well as the health insurance. So we did the group health insurance, we did the group disability insurance, group life insurance, group dental insurance. And EchoStar, which is the other company, we handled the health insurance and also the workers' comp insurance.
Who was the group health insurance provider for the businesses?
Verizon.
Do you know if Paul Caneiro and his family were covered by that health insurance?
Yes.
Okay, and who was the group disability insurance provider for the businesses?
Sun Life.
And do you know whether the defendant was receiving any disability from Sun Life?
Yes.
To your knowledge, what role did both Paul and Keith play with regard to the day-to-day affairs of each business? And I want to stick to the time frame of 2017 and 2018.
So they both owned the organizations, and I think Keith, for the most part, was working from his home at that time. Was going to school and managing affairs for J. Martin. Paul was managing EchoStar.
When you say Keith was going to school, do you know what he was going to school for?
He went back to school to get his degree, a master's degree.
Okay, and do you know when that was approximately?
I just know that I believe he completed all that in 2017.
Okay, do you know why he went back to school to get his master's degree?
Yeah, he was looking to sell J. Martin and EchoStar and move into a CIO position with the corporation.
Did he have any specific corporation in mind, or was this just...
Not to my knowledge.
Now, how long, you may have said it, but how long had you known Paul Caneiro for?
Same as Keith, since 2000.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out?
Paul.
Identifies the defendant.
Now, as Keith's insurance broker, do you recall whether he was the policyholder of any life insurance policies?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall what they were?
He had a number of term insurance policies. Some were his own policies. Some were company policies. He had whole life insurance, disability insurance, but life insurance, he had term and whole life insurance.
Were you familiar with the Canada whole life insurance policy?
I was familiar with the policy, yes.
Okay, and you mentioned a couple of different things. You said a term policy and a life policy. Is there a difference between the two?
Yes. So term insurance is basically you're paying a premium for a certain period of time, and then there's a death benefit attached to that. There's no return. The premiums are generally level for a certain period of time. Whole life insurance, you're paying a premium that's guaranteed for the rest of your life, and at some point that death benefit will be paid because of the fact the policy is guaranteeing an insurance payment when you die or when you reach the age of 100, whatever that insurance amount would be given to the recipient because the policy ends at 100. The difference between term also is there's no return on the money that goes into the policy. Whole life insurance policy has a guaranteed cash value, so at some point, if you wanted to turn that policy back to the company, they will reimburse you, for the premiums paid plus interest, and also there's a dividend structure. So it can be used not only for a death benefit, but it can also be used as far as a savings vehicle.
Now, Keith's Canada life insurance policy, was that a whole or a term?
Whole life.
You indicated you were familiar with that. Were you involved with Keith Caneiro when he purchased that whole life insurance policy from Canada Life?
No.
How then are you familiar with it?
Keith had contacted me. I was familiar with the policy when Bob Reichenstein left the business. I was aware of the existing policies that he had life insurance. Canada Life was one of them. Then in April, I think in 2018, Keith had contacted me. He had a statement. He was trying to figure out why there was a loan against this policy. And that's how I contacted Canada Life, became a little bit more familiar with the policy.
What was the death benefit or the payout value of the Canada Life insurance policy?
$3 million.
Do you know who the beneficiary of that life insurance policy was?
It was a trust.
The trust, okay. Were you familiar with the terms of the trust and how it was structured?
No.
Okay. Were you familiar with the trustee?
Yes.
Who was that?
Paul.
Now, with respect to Keith's Canada Life whole life insurance policy, was there something called a cash value component to that?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So whole life insurance, you're paying a premium, obviously, for the rest of your life because they're guaranteeing the death benefit. At some point, and because it's such a long-term relationship with the insurance company, if you wanted to, you can give the policy back to the insurance company, and they will reimburse you money that builds up in the policy, guarantee a cash value in the policy. You also have access to that. You can take a loan against the policy. So you'd still have the insurance minus whatever the loan value is of the policy.
Were you familiar with how the premium payments on that Canada Life insurance policy were structured?
They were paid on a quarterly basis,
Do you recall the amount?
$7,900.
And how would those premiums get paid?
They were paid by the company to a bank account, and then that money was transferred to Canada Life.
Do you know who was responsible for transferring the money from that bank account to Canada Life?
I think Paul.
And do you recall where that bank account was held?
TD Bank.
Now, to your knowledge, who had access to that TD Bank trust account?
Paul.
Do you know if Keith had access to that?
I don't believe he did.
And without telling me anything anybody said, what makes you think that?
Because of...
Hold on.
All he said is he doesn't believe he did. He doesn't know or not know. So I don't know what the basis of that. It would be speculative anyway.
Do you know the answer to that, or did you use the word "I think" because you don't know for sure, or do you know?
Just repeat the question.
I had asked who has access to that bank account, and I believe he...
Okay. Who had access to the bank account?
All.
All right. Are you aware if anybody else had access to the account?
No.
No, you're not aware, or nobody else did?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. Go ahead.
Were there times when you would review bank statements from that TD Trust account?
There was only one time that I saw bank statements.
Do you recall when that was?
In November 2018.
Okay. Do you recall the specific date? If not, it's okay.
No.
Okay. Now, do you know who would get those trust bank statements?
No.
Okay. All right. So you recall reviewing those bank statements, though, in November of 2018?
Yes.
Who did you review them with?
I was on the phone. They were sent to me via email, and I reviewed them with Keith and Steve Weinstein.
Okay. I want to back up now to April of 2018. Specifically, I want to draw your attention to that month. What, if any, issues did you become aware of regarding Keith's life insurance trust?
Keith had contacted me, inquiring. He had gotten a statement showing that there was a loan against the Caneiro life policy. He didn't understand the policy, so he contacted me. They asked me what that meant. What is why would there be a loan against this policy?
And did you explain?
And I said, based on what I see here, there's either the money was taken out for whatever reason you would take it out, or there's also in a whole life insurance policy what's called automatic premium loan. So to prevent the policy from lapsing, if there's this substantial cash value in the policy, they'll take a loan against the policy automatically to make sure the policy doesn't lapse and pay the premium.
Do you recall receiving any emails in April of 2018 regarding that conversation?
Yes,
And who did you receive an email from?
Keith.
Okay. Do you recall receiving any emails from Paul?
I was CC'd. I was part of an email chain with Keith, Paul, myself, and I think Steve.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S11. May I approach?
Okay.
I'm showing you, sir, what's been marked as S11. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
This was we were trying to figure out, I think it's a breakdown. Let me just read this. Yeah, this was Paul had identified why the premiums hadn't been paid, and this is where they went. So he was giving an explanation of the premiums were paid to the wrong place.
Okay, so let me just ask you, this email, who is that from?
Paul Caneiro,
Okay, and when is it sent?
April 11th,
What, of what?
2018,
Is there a time?
11:01, no, yeah, 11, I can't remember.
Is that 01?
11:01 a.m.
And who is it to?
Keith Caneiro, and CC'd me and Steve.
Okay, and is there a subject line?
Trust reconciliation.
Okay. Permission to publish?
You can.
Mr. Ortiz, do you see that on the screen in front of you? You see that? Okay. Is that essentially the email that I just showed you?
Yes.
Okay. And you're copied on this, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is from who?
Paul.
Okay. And is this the email that you were just referring to?
Yes.
Okay, and does Mr. Caneiro on there indicate he selected the wrong bill pay for some of the payments?
Yes.
Okay, if we could just scroll down to the end, please. Okay, what does that last line say before his signature?
Sorry for all the confusion. I've had my head up my ass.
Okay, thank you. Did you look into this issue any further after you received that email?
No.
Okay, do you know what happened with regard to any missing payments?
No.
I want to draw your attention about 7 months ahead now to November 19th of 2018. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
Okay. What, if any, communications did you have with Canada Life Insurance Company on behalf of Keith that day?
So Keith had contacted me regarding again, alone on this policy, and it had grown from where it was. He didn't understand. He had said that the premiums were being paid. So I said, perhaps there was a problem with the premium payments, and they took a loan out on the policy to pay your premiums under the automatic premium loan provision. So I contacted Canada Life to find out whether or not the premiums in question had been paid, and they said they didn't receive those premiums.
Did you relay that information to Keith Caneiro
Yes.
that night?
Yes.
That afternoon, if you recall? And how did you do that?
Via phone.
What specifically did you tell Keith?
I said that as far as Canada Life, they have no receipt of any payments.
Without telling me anything that Keith may have said, what was his demeanor like?
He was frustrated.
What did you and Keith do that afternoon and that evening?
Well, we were trying to, Paul wasn't feeling well. We were trying to just find out why the premiums weren't credited through Canada Life. So the question was, if they were paid through the bank, then Canada Life obviously should have received those payments. So somewhere there was a mistake.
Now, when you say you were trying to find out, were you looking at any documentation over the phone with Keith?
Steve had shared the TD Bank statements with Keith and myself.
Okay, and when you say the TD Bank statements, what year?
The ones for 2018 that specifically stated the fact that the premiums were paid to Canada Life through the TD Bank policy. It said, it said Canada Life right on there. So that led us to believe that there's a possibility that maybe Canada Life made a mistake.
Okay, so just so I understand, those 2018 bank statements were showing payments being made to Canada Life?
Yes,
From where?
from that statement.
The TD Trust account?
Yes. Well, from the TD Bank account.
How did you end the conversation with Keith ultimately that night? Was there a plan for the next day? If you remember.
Keith had sent an email to us all. He was frustrated with what was going on, and he had said that he was going to make recommendations.
Don't say what he was going to say.
Without telling me anything that Keith may have said, did you have a plan for the next day?
In regards to this,
Yes.
I didn't have a plan because of the fact that I had done everything I could.
Okay, understood. Now, aside from the email that you said you received from Keith that night, what, if anything else, did you receive from Keith?
That night,
Yes.
I don't think I received any. There was perhaps some other emails, but it was mostly conversation on the phone.
I'll ask it this way. Do you recall ever receiving a resume from Keith?
Oh, yes.
Caneiro? Okay. And when was that?
That same night, I believe, he sent the resume. We had conversation in regards to what he was trying to accomplish, and his hope was that he was going to move on private industry and go into the commercial business, looking for a job as a chief information officer for a company. So my wife was vice president at the time, presidential, in the technology field. So I offered to share his resume with her, and that's why he sent it.
I want to draw your attention now to the next morning, Tuesday, November 20th of 2018. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
Okay.
Tiffany from his office called me and said that there was an incident at Paul's house, a claim, and he needed to speak to me. So I called him and he answered.
And what did he say to you over the phone?
He said there was a fire at my house. I contacted the insurance company, put the claim in, and so the claim's already been reported. And then he was going to give me the claim number, and then I'd work as I do, helping to get the claim paid.
What time was that phone call at about?
9:30 a.m.
Do you recall the name of the insurance, his homeowner's insurance company?
Sure.
Okay, and just to be clear, he called you and told you he had put a claim in for his house?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Ross?
So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Keith had a number of different insurance policies,
Yes.
and some were life insurance, some were other types of policies. Do you know why the Canada Life policy in particular was in a trust?
No.
You don't. You were aware that premiums were supposed to be paid on that policy quarterly, right?
Yes.
And those quarterly payments were supposed to be $7,800?
Yes.
Now, Keith got you involved with this policy, I'd imagine, because, you know, you're in insurance and you're familiar with these type of things, right?
Yes.
You weren't the one that advised Keith to put the policy in trust.
I was not.
In April of 2018, you mentioned there was an issue with payments getting from the trust account to the insurance company.
In April, Keith had asked me why there was a loan against his policy, and I explained to him how that loan could possibly have been generated.
Now, at this point in time, there was that email that you had referenced where Paul's talking about paying the wrong people from the account, right? You saw that just a second ago?
I did.
After that happened, Paul told Keith that he was going to put that money back, right? Pay that money back, right?
Yes.
And he did actually pay that money back to Keith, right?
I don't know.
You're not sure?
No, because after that at that point, I was out of it.
Okay. So there was no follow-up with you and Keith about whether that money was paid back to him?
Correct.
Okay. And then between that event in April and the event in November that you talked about, did you have any further involvement with issues related to the trust account?
The next time I became aware of anything was when Keith contacted me in November.
Right. Okay, so between April
Nothing.
and that date in November, there was nothing.
I thought everything was handled. Yeah,
Okay, so
closed.
but your involvement was nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. Now, Keith, going back to the April portion where you were involved, Keith was in communication with the insurance company, right?
No, I don't think Keith was in April, Keith had asked me what on a whole life insurance policy, why would there be a loan against the policy? So I had contacted Canada Life, and they told me that premiums hadn't been received.
Didn't Canada Life send Keith a copy of the entire payment history for the policy in April of 2018?
Well, that's maybe where the reconciliation came. I didn't have a copy of that.
Okay.
So,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to say, Didn't Keith send you that via email?
The,
The history of payments on the policy?
yes.
He did?
Oh, yeah, he sent me,
Okay, okay.
yes.
Okay. So basically, your understanding then would be in April, Keith was in contact with Canada Life. They sent him the payment history for the policy, and he sent it to you.
When I spoke with Canada Life, I believe, when I spoke with Canada Life, I asked them to send the payment history to Keith.
Okay.
And of course, to Paul.
Judge, this is D20.
D20, okay.
I should probably share the cover page, shouldn't I? So just to show you this, you can take a look at this. Tell me if you recognize everybody's names on this document.
Yes,
Okay. You see your name on it?
yes.
Okay. What is that?
This was, this, I'm sure I received this, but this was when we found out there was a loan against the policy. The question is, and the insurance company is saying that they didn't receive a payment, is the reason why I asked for a payment history, so that they could basically come to a conclusion of if premium payments were made, where they went.
Okay.
So that's why he sent this to me, because when he got the payment history, it was again just identifying the fact that certain payments weren't made.
I see. So can I clarify by asking, is this Keith sending you the payment history from Canada Life?
Yes.
Okay. When we go to the payment history, this is what he sent to you.
Yes.
Okay. We see that goes back to 1999, right?
Yes. 7/28.
July 28th of 1999.
Yes.
Okay. When we look at, I'm sorry, when we look at this, we can see that you testified before that the quarterly premiums were supposed to be $7,854, right?
Yes.
If there's 4 of those a year, that would be about $31,200
Okay.
a year.
Right.
Okay? But when we go through this, like if we look at 2003, only $16,294 is paid towards the policy, right?
From what I see here, it says payment amount $16,294, applied as premium, applied as a loan payment.
Right. What I'm asking you, though, is over the course of 2003, if there's quarterly payments, what we should see is over $31,000 going to the insurance company, right?
Yes.
But that we're not seeing that there.
Based on this, you're correct.
We're
I
seeing
don't
about
see-
half that going there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So all I'm trying to say is, in terms of the quarterly payments, when we look through this, if we look at, again, 2007, right? We're seeing $9,838, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. So right here, we see $9,838 of which they paid the premium, $7,854, and applied this to the loan.
Right. And so as of 2007, when that payment took place, that loan was already over $45,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
You have to say yes or no, sir.
I'm sorry?
You have to say yes or no, please.
Oh, yes.
and the only point I'm trying to make is this. The failure to pay the quarterly payments to the insurance, right, was not a new thing that happened in 2018. It was something that when we see the policy, we see it goes all the way back to 2003.
Yes,
We just looked at it, right?
Absolutely.
And that's what we saw.
yes.
And when we look at and think about there being a loan on the policy, we see that this is not a new phenomenon either. It goes all the way back in the policy until the early 2000s, right?
Yes.
Did Keith let me ask this way. So, if I'm understanding you correctly, after this issue gets resolved to your understanding in April of 2018,
No. Oh, yeah, April of 20, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right, April.
you don't have any more communications with Keith about the trust account itself until November of 2018.
Yes.
Okay. And you might have had conversations about other insurance policies with Keith, but you didn't have any further communications about this insurance policy until November of 2018.
Yes.
Now, you had made some calls to the insurance company on Keith's behalf in November, right?
Yes.
And you actually, for some of those, when they asked for your name, when you called, you said you were Paul Caneiro.
Yes, I'm calling for Paul Caneiro.
You said
What? I identify myself as Paul Caneiro.
you identified
Yeah.
yourself as Paul, right?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, you know, we understand you did that because that was the way you were going to be able to get information you thought you needed, right?
That's it. I was just trying to establish if there had been payments made on specific dates. I don't recall it, but specific dates.
Right.
And I had asked them to send information because they said they didn't get the payments. I don't recall, but I believe I asked for them to send another account history or something.
Okay. Now, that was that day in November when you called the insurance company and pretended to be Paul. That wasn't the first time that you had done that, right?
That is the first time I did that.
Is it?
Sorry, sir. Yes or
Oh,
no?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Did you call Pacific Life in June of 2017 and pretend to be Paul?
Not to my knowledge.
No. Okay. This is D23. Just, I'm showing this to you. Is that an email?
This is 2017.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. You can just read it to yourself.
Okay. So this wasn't County Light, this was Pacific Light.
Yeah, that's what I asked you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Right. No, the question was more, had you ever called an insurance company and pretended to be Paul before? I think the answer is yes.
Yes.
Right? Because in 2017, you called Pacific Life and pretended to be Paul, but you told Paul about it in this email, right?
Of course.
It wasn't a secret.
No.
You didn't do it because you were trying to hurt Paul. You were doing it because you were trying to help him, right?
Yes.
He had an issue with Pacific Life that he needed to resolve, and you're an insurance professional who was trying to resolve it for him, right? And you called and pretended to be, or said you were him, because that was the easiest way for you to navigate that situation on his behalf.
Yes.
Fair? Now, then you sent Paul an email saying, yeah, I called the company and pretended to be you. You sent him that email because you knew he wasn't going to be angry about you doing that, right?
No, yes. Yes.
And you knew he wasn't going to care if you called them and said, I'm Paul Caneiro versus Ron Artigas, right?
Yes.
I'm going to assume that, given the instances of it we've seen today, that you've probably done this for other clients in the past too.
Why is this relevant? I don't need an objection.
Well,
You want to tell me sidebar, or you want to tell
I
me?
can tell you in about, if we go to sidebar, Judge.
Sure. We're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, you remember how I said on Friday that sometimes I have to be a gatekeeper and make certain decisions. Even though there was not an objection there, the court had concerns before any more answers were going to come out. That is the reason why that we just went to sidebar. I'm going to sustain my own objection. And that question that was just asked, I want you to use that little pencil, the number 2 pencil. I want you to erase that question out of your head. Counsel, go ahead.
I was saying before, obviously you sent this email because you didn't think calling and saying you were Paul in 2017 was a big deal, right?
So for sometimes getting the job accomplished,
Right.
okay? Because you had said something earlier before you went to sidebar, as far as is this like a common practice? Most insurance brokers have access to all the information. If you're not, if it has to do with, say, filing a claim and you're trying to get some information and you're not the broker, then they have to speak directly to the client. And at times, the client doesn't really know how to process or how to proceed. So in that particular case, and in the case that we talked about earlier in April, not being the broker, to find out whether a premium was paid. If sometimes what you basically do is represent on behalf of the client, because all we're trying to find out is whether or not a premium was paid.
Sure. Yeah. All I'm suggesting is that this was something you did because you thought it was in Paul's best interest.
We were trying to get a claim file for him, so absolutely, it was in his best interest.
And because of that, you didn't think that he would have any objection to you doing it.
No.
And he actually didn't have any objection to you doing it.
Correct.
But obviously he knew that that's something you could do if you needed to in the future, right?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to the actual insurance policy, the value of the policy in the trust is $3 million.
It death benefit $3 million.
Who ended up getting that?
Proceeds?
Objection.
How does he know this?
I don't know if he does.
I don't.
That's the answer.
There's your answer. He doesn't know. Next question.
On the morning of November 20th, you talked to Paul about an insurance claim on his own home
Yes.
because his own home was on fire.
Yes.
The Caneiros, by that I mean both Paul and Keith, had multiple insurance policies.
Yes.
These were very well-insured individuals.
Yes.
Right? And they had a certain level of sophistication as far as insurance that maybe not everybody has.
Yes.
They had an insurance broker like yourself, right?
Yes.
To assist them. When you have damage to property, the insurance company, and that property is insured, right?
Yes.
The insurance company wants you to make that information known to them as soon as possible.
Yes.
Because they want to be able to get out to the location and inspect it and see what the degree of the damage is.
Yes.
And they want to do that before a whole bunch of time elapses, because the more time that goes by, the more interference there could be with the property in question, right?
Yes.
So they advise people to make a claim as soon as possible when there's damage, right?
Yes.
And Paul is sophisticated with insurance, and Paul made a claim that morning, right?
Yes.
And Paul is sophisticated with insurance, and Paul didn't necessarily need to wait for you to make that claim, right?
Yes.
Just a moment, Judge.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Artigas, thank you. I have no further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
No, thank you, Judge.
You step down, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, so we don't start and stop, would you have an objection to us taking a break, our 15-minute break now, and then we'll just go right into our next witness? All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break now, just a little bit early. So we'll start back up at 3:10. I'll bring you right back out, and we'll continue on with the testimony. Thank you. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll see you back shortly. Thank you. Counsel, anything we need to put on the record before we take our break?
No, Judge.
All right.
Judge, actually, can I just say one thing? I know that we have one witness, and then we have Detective Fastener. Ms. Wallace needed to set up some things that we're just gonna set up before this
Sure.
witness because of the break, if that's okay?
Yeah, of course. Who's our next witness?
Ben Paolucci.
Ben Paolucci. Okay. please be seated. Nice. I was 4 minutes late. You can dock me later. All right. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Ben Paolucci.
So just watch your step. If you can put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can get comfortable, sit down. Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Beniamino Paolucci, Paolucci.
All right, so I'm just going to ask to make sure you speak up so juror number 15 and 16 can hear you, okay?
Yeah.
Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Paolucci, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to ask you where it is that you live.
Colts Neck, New Jersey,
Approximately how long have you lived there?
2013.
Okay. And can you tell us, for purposes of, background, what you do for a living?
I work for Amazon.
Okay. What do you do for Amazon?
I work for WHS, just health and safety.
Okay. Now, I want to take you back to the time frame of November 2018. You remember that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you know someone by the name of Keith Caneiro?
Yes, I did.
Hey, could you tell us how you knew Keith Caneiro?
I knew Keith through my son. Jesse and my son were in the same grade, and we met at Jesse's birthday party.
When did you meet approximately?
I want to say around 2014, 2015.
Now, your son, for purposes of context, in November of 2018, how old was your son?
He was about 8, 9 years old, something like that. Maybe, no, he was about 11 years old.
Did you know Jesse Caneiro?
Yes.
How old was Jesse Caneiro back then?
Same age as my son, about 11 years old.
Do you know if Keith had any other children?
He did. He had a daughter, Sophia. She was 8.
And did you know if Keith was married?
Yes, he was married to Jennifer.
Now, were you and Keith Caneiro back in 2018, were the two of you close friends?
Yes, very close.
Did you hang out often?
All the time.
Did your kids hang out often?
All the time.
The wives?
Yes, all the time.
So I want to take you back to ask you about, if you recall, the last time that you were with or saw Keith Caneiro.
Yep.
Do you remember when that was?
It was. I do. It was probably around about the 15th or 16th, maybe 14th. It was a Saturday before.
Saturday before what?
Before the 18th of November.
And the 18th of November, just to be clear, you never saw him after that, correct?
No, I did not.
So I want to draw your attention back to that Saturday before November 18th, November 20th, 2018. Okay? Remember that night? Where were you and Keith Caneiro, if you remember?
We're at my house.
Okay. In Colts Neck?
Yes.
And who was there?
Jesse was there. My son was there. Keith was there. My wife and myself and my daughter.
What were you and Keith doing at your house?
That day we were looking, specifically we were looking at jobs for Amazon or AWS, which is the cloud business. We were looking specifically for jobs there where I was referring Keith or his resume to those jobs. We were applying for roles at Amazon.
Does that require you, an employee of Amazon, to log on to the Amazon employee site?
It doesn't necessarily, but it can. You can do it either internal or external.
Okay. Which way were you doing?
I believe it was internal.
Okay. Now, is it okay for Amazon employees to refer
Yes.
others to potential jobs?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Keith are looking at jobs on Amazon's internal website.
Correct.
And you mentioned AWS. Why?
Keith's business was geared towards that. His business that he had dealt with databases.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What did Keith do for a living?
Keith had a number of businesses, specifically that I knew of 2 of them.
Do you know the names?
Yeah, EcoStar was the exterminator business, which was in Asbury Park, and then he had Square One, which was some type of a database system for companies.
Do Do you know whether or not Keith was in business with any of his family members?
He was in business with his brother,
Okay, who was his brother?
Paul.
Back in 2018, did you know Paul?
Yeah, I did.
Did you spend time with Paul?
Yeah, a lot of time.
And when you spent time with Paul, was Keith there always, sometimes, or something else?
Always.
Okay. So there were times when you spent time with Keith, Paul, and yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you just talked about AWS, and can you tell us if you were able to identify any jobs that you thought might be a fit for Keith?
Yeah, I did.
And those were what type, just generally?
Those jobs were typically around the AWS or the cloud business where the companies would store their data.
Did you and Keith ever have, without getting into what he may have said, did you and Keith ever have any discussions about, cloud storage, so to speak, that business?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're at your house, you're looking on the Amazon web site. Are you using a computer, phone, something else?
Computer.
Okay, whose computer?
My computer.
And who's actually doing the navigation of that computer?
Me.
Where's Keith?
He's sitting next to me.
Okay. And at any point in time that evening, that Saturday, did you and or Keith apply for any jobs at Amazon?
Yeah, I referred him to a number of positions at Amazon.
And what did that require, the actual application? How did that happen?
It basically required, I believe it was just a small application, but it was more submitting the resume to the job postings to ensure that he met the qualifications.
So those jobs that you thought he may be a fit for, did you and or Keith actually upload a resume
Yes.
that night?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how many different jobs?
Maybe anywhere from 10 to 12 jobs.
Now, going back to that time frame, you said you spent some time with Paul Caneiro as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew him pretty well.
Yeah.
Now, were you ever at Keith Caneiro's house?
Yes.
Small amount of times or a lot?
A lot of times.
Okay. And were there times you were at Keith Caneiro's house when Paul Caneiro was there as well?
Yes.
Can you talk about the types of gatherings that might have occurred at Keith's house where Paul would also be there?
It was mostly family gatherings. It was a lot of holidays. Easter specifically. Jennifer's father was big on Easter, and we always had celebrated Easter there, Greek Easter specifically. Birthday parties, just barbecues, everything. We were there all the time.
Can you describe Keith Caneiro, Jennifer Caneiro's home based upon your having been there?
It was a big house.
Now, is there a lot of technology in there?
Yeah, Keith was very technical.
Okay. Now, did you ever have any occasion to help Keith out with things around the house?
Yeah.
Okay. What types of things did you help him out with?
We would help him out. I remember one time it was a snowstorm, and we went over there to unclog his main drain for some plumbing, some issues with his pool from some of the piping, PVC pipes in his pool. We redid some of that. Just most of that. Just handy stuff, little handyman stuff around the house.
Okay. Was anyone else ever present when you were helping Keith with things around the house?
Paul.
Okay. Now, was that once or more than that?
More than once.
Was Keith handy?
No. Not. He was very technical, very smart, but he wasn't very handy when it came to things.
Were there times that he asked you for help?
Yes, lots of times.
Were there times that he asked other people for help?
Yes.
Who were those people?
I can recall Paul. You can ask for Paul for help.
Were there times that you and Paul at the same time would help Keith?
Yes.
Now, going back to that Saturday night, can you tell me if you remember what, if anything, you and Keith did for the kids after applying for the jobs on the Amazon site?
Keith and I went out to dinner.
Okay. Where'd your son and Jesse go?
They stayed at home, at my house. They were playing.
Okay. And where'd you guys go out to dinner, if you remember?
It was 618 in Freehold.
Okay. Now, taking 618 Freehold on that Saturday night, I don't want you to tell me anything that Keith told you. But can you just describe for me, the overall demeanor of Keith at dinner that night?
He was frustrated.
Okay. And, again, I don't want you to say anything that he told you were you aware of why he was frustrated?
Yes, I did.
And
I
have
was.
you discussed that rationale with him on other occasions as well?
I have.
Okay. Now, based upon his demeanor, were you guys still able to enjoy dinner?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a point in time when you and Keith were discussing, again, I don't want to know what Keith told you, you were discussing, like, future, like, job prospects, you've just been applying for jobs and stuff. Can you talk about that?
What specifically you?
So, yes, maybe I should rephrase it. Did you ever have an occasion to become aware that Keith was doing anything, like academically, to advance his future?
Yeah, he was in some online school and getting I don't know if it was his PhD or his master's degree.
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not Keith actually finished that master's
I
degree?
believe he graduated, yes.
Do you know whether or not he was studying for any other types of certifications or the like?
I know that he was always doing something, but yeah, he was always, I'm not sure what he was, but he was always involved with something as far as whether it was certifications for the the exterminator business, or whether it was just trying to further his education for getting knowledge and certificates for the web services that he had, or the web business.
Now, some of those AWS jobs you discussed earlier, I mean, obviously you viewed the job requirements and stuff when you were on the computer with Keith?
Yes.
And do some of those jobs or all those jobs have certain requirements as far as like certifications and
Correct.
education?
Yes, of course.
Now, going back to that dinner at 618 in Freehold, was there a point in time based upon the conversation you and Keith were having that you kind of provided a piece of advice?
I did.
And what was that?
I told Keith he needed to start worrying about himself and his family, stop supporting everybody else.
And when you said everybody else, do you recall whether or not you mentioned Paul?
It was Paul, specifically, yeah.
Now, until you finish dinner, where do you go?
Back home, pick up Jesse, and then he went.
So ultimately, did Keith and Jesse leave your home that night?
Correct.
Again, last time you saw them?
That's the last time I saw him, yes.
Now, unfortunately, I want to draw your attention to November 20th, 2018, a couple days later. Remember that?
Yes.
Was there a point in time, and again, I just want to let you know, I'm not asking you to tell us what other people told you, but was there a point in time where you were alerted to something going on at Keith Caneiro's house?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of what was going on at the house?
My wife had called me. I was working at the time in Cranberry, New Jersey, and she had called me and said that Keith's house was on fire, that the neighbor had called her to let her know that there was smoke coming out of the house.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your wife then went anywhere?
She went to the house,
When you say the house, which house are you talking
Keith's house.
about? Okay. And you said you were at work in Cranberry, correct?
Correct.
What did you do? What, if anything, did you do based upon that conversation with your wife?
I started calling Keith. Keith Caneiro, yeah.
Were you able to make any telephone contact with him?
No.
Did you attempt to message him or anything
I
like that?
started texting him as well.
Okay. Now, did he answer the text messages?
No, he did not.
Was there a point in time when you were involved in texting with both Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay. Again, Keith didn't respond, correct?
Correct.
Did you trade text messages at some point November 20th with Paul Caneiro?
I did.
Okay. Now, if I may approach, Judge.
Okay.
Mr. Paolucci, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S8 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Phone calls.
Okay. Now, I don't want you to read anything else other than I'm just going to ask you a question. On this one column that says parties, do you see any names do you see your name or someone else in your family's name?
I see my wife's name on here.
Okay, and what's that?
Salome Paolucci.
Okay. Now, the phone number attached to Salome Paolucci is whose phone number?
That's my phone number.
Okay, so is that the phone that you used back in November 20th, 2018?
It is.
Okay. Was your wife the subscriber?
She was.
Okay. Now, you said that you made phone calls to Keith Caneiro, correct? Did you also attempt to make phone calls to Paul Caneiro?
I did.
Okay. And is that what's reflected on that call log?
Yes.
Okay. How many phone calls does it say were made?
Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5.
So we got one, correct?
1,
Number 5, entry 5, right? Entry, what number?
3,
Entry,
2,
and entry 1.
1,
And that'd be 4 calls, correct?
4.
Okay. Now, again, you said prior to this, I believe, you attempted to call Keith, correct?
Correct.
Now, we talked about the text messaging that you also engaged in with Keith and Paul, correct?
Correct.
Mac?
That's this one, right? How many pages is it?
This is just two.
Is it 9 pages?
For clarity's sake, I'm actually going to show you, 55. I'm going to show you defense exhibit, E55, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm also going to show you S6. Okay, do you see this?
Yeah.
Have we ever discussed these text messages?
We have.
And both D55 and S6, they contain text messages between whom?
It's between myself, Keith, and Paul.
Okay. Now, D55 has, and you can look at it, but tell me if it has the same text messages as S6, except there's a couple more earlier, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So both the text messages that are on S6 are also on D55?
Correct.
Okay. So,
And you're saying this is a group chat between the three of you?
This would be, yeah, a group. I would text both Keith and Paul at the same time.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to confirm. All right.
now, I'm going to specifically draw your attention to this S55, or D55 document. Can you tell us what who sent the first message in that thread?
It's coming from my phone
Okay, to who?
to Paul and Keith.
Okay. And what was the message that you sent?
I said, Keith, your house is on fire.
Okay. And then, did anybody respond before you had a chance to text again?
No.
What did you then send?
I sent another text that said, your neighbor called.
Okay. And then, does anyone respond to that?
Yes. Paul responded.
And what's he say?
He said, did you call 911?
Okay. And then, did anyone else respond?
I responded back, and I said, my wife is calling now. I assume the neighbor did as well.
Okay. And then, does anyone else respond thereafter?
Paul responds.
Okay. And what does he say?
He says, please let me know. I had a fire this morning at 5 a.m.
Okay. Now, for context, that last text from Mr. Paul Caneiro was at what time?
It's going to be at, is that 1:15?
One.
1:15 p.m.
Okay. On 11/20/2018?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there a point in time after 1:15 p.m. on November 20th, 2018, where you actually just started communicating with just Paul Caneiro?
Yes,
Okay. Who initiated that, if you know?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you S7 for identification. Do you take a look at it? Do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
And what is that?
it's texts between Paul and I.
Okay. And again, I think you just said, you then, after that thread with the three of you, you then initiated a text just to Paul Caneiro.
Yes.
Okay. And does this 9-page document, does this fairly and accurately depict or summarize or show the text conversation that you had with Paul Caneiro on November 20th, 2018?
It accurately depicts it.
Okay. And specifically, have we reviewed this in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
So you've looked at it, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any issues with any of the content?
No.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask if I could publish this.
Yeah.
No objection.
Just be that second one. Sir, do you see that conversation thread on the screen in front of you?
I do.
Okay. Now,
Light down. I'm gonna put the light down so you can see it a little bit better. You guys getting a little bit of a glare? You are a little bit? All right. Let me just turn the light. No. One more. There you go.
now, what's on the screen in front of you? Is that the same as S7 that's in front of you right now?
It is.
Okay. And again, text thread conversation between you and who?
Paul Caneiro.
Now, again, who starts the conversation?
I do.
Is it fair to say this is sort of an offshoot of the conversation we just discussed where you and Paul were texting with Keith,
Yes.
trying to text Keith? Okay. The first message that's sent here, can you read that for us?
It's text message from my phone to Paul Caneiro's phone. It says, "Are you headed there?"
Okay. What was the time of that?
1:19 p.m.
Okay. Can we go down to the next one? Did anyone respond?
Paul responded.
Okay, and what did he say?
He said, "No, we had a fire at my house at 5 a.m. this morning. We are at the police station in Ocean."
Now, when you received that message at, I believe it says it was read at 1:42:04 p.m., is that accurate?
Yeah, 1:41.
Okay. Sent at 1:41, then it says read above.
Oh, read, yeah. Read at 1:42 p.m.
When you read that about, when Paul said I had a fire at my house at 5 a.m. this morning, did you already know that or not?
I did not know his house was on fire. I knew Keith's house was on fire.
Okay, so you text Paul about Keith's house being on fire, and you get that response about Paul's house.
Correct.
I don't want to know what you did or anything, but did you just, when you read that, did you have a reaction to that?
Yeah.
Can we go to the next one? What'd you say next?
I said, "Paul, you need to get to your brother's house now."
And did he respond?
He did.
What did he say?
He asked, "What's going on?"
Okay. Did you respond?
I did. I said, "I don't know what's going on. Sally, who's my wife, I don't know what's going on. Sally is there. Something is wrong."
And Sally is your wife.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So, you had said previously that Sally, your wife, called you, told you essentially there's a fire at the Caneiro house.
Correct.
And you said your wife was going there, correct?
Yeah.
And now you're telling Paul Caneiro that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can I see the next message? Who responds next?
I responded again.
And what'd you say?
I said, "She's crying so much, I can't understand her."
And when you say she's crying so much, who were you talking about?
My wife.
That's Sally?
Yeah.
Okay. And does Paul respond?
Yes, he does.
What's he say?
He says, "What is wrong?"
And does he respond again?
He does.
And what's he say?
He says, "Ben, I can believe this."
Question. When you read that in context, did you think he meant to write "can't believe this"?
I can't, yeah, I assume he meant can't.
Okay. We go to the next message. Did you respond then?
I did.
What did you say?
I let him know again. I said, "Paul, go to Keith's house."
Okay. And what happened then?
And then he said, he responds back, he says, "Are they okay?"
Okay. Keep going, please.
And then he responds again, he says, "I can't."
Okay. Can we keep going? What's the next message?
"The police won't let us go.
Okay. And then?
We had a suspicious fire this morning. We all got out." I assume he meant out.
And then did he say something again?
"Ben, are they okay?"
And then what was the next message?
I said no.
Now, it's 1:54 and 34 seconds on November 20th, 2018. You just were asked if everyone's okay, and you said no, correct? What did you know, if you remember, at that time on on November 20th. Where were you and what did you know?
By that time, I was on my way from work. I left work and I was driving down to Keith's house.
At that point in time, let's just be clear. Had you heard that everyone was deceased or not yet?
There was somebody laying on the floor in the driveway on the ground.
The next message is what in that letter?
He said they said the kids were rescued.
Can you see the time on it? That Paul said they said the kids were rescued. What time was that?
1:55. You read it?
Let me ask you this. 1:55. Are you at the scene yet or no?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you go to the Caneiro home?
I was on my way yet.
Okay. Now, when Paul said they said the kids were rescued, was that something that you were aware of or not aware of? Did you hear
There was
that?
the neighbors that we were close friends with as well, and my wife was there. Nobody had seen the kids. That's why the neighbor called my wife that morning and said that the kids were not on the bus, and they didn't see them.
Gotcha. I don't want to get into what other people told you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My fault. But I guess my question is this: is that Paul said they said the kids were rescued. Were you told at that point in time that
No,
the kids
I
were
didn't.
rescued?
They were not. No, I was not told that.
Getting towards the end. Can you tell us what the next message is?
I wrote Paul again, and I said, Paul, you need to go.
And then he said what?
They won't let leave Ben talk to me.
Okay. And then
Are
he
the
said
kids
what?
okay?
Okay. And then what's the next message?
I said, I don't know.
Was that accurate? You didn't know?
I did not know at that time.
Now, the next message is what?
Is my brother and Jen okay? I need to know, he said.
Get to the bottom now. Can you tell us what your next message was?
I said, Steve, the neighbor, called.
Where did Steve, the neighbor, where does he live?
He lives across the street from Keith Caneiro's house.
Right across the street? Yes. Okay. And then Mr. Caneiro said what?
I can't breathe.
Okay. And then the last message is at what time?
At 8:15 at night, 8:15 p.m.
From you to Paul?
Yeah.
And what was your message?
I said, I'm sorry for your loss.
Fair to say at that point in time, you were made aware of.
I was made aware of, what happened. I was made aware that they found the body.
Now, let me just ask you this. During the course of any of your communications with Paul Caneiro on November 20th, 2018, did he ever mention to you anything about Keith texting him in the middle of the night?
No.
Nothing about the power being out at the house?
No.
Ron, I have no further questions.
Ross?
Let's start with these text messages. Can we get them back up for a moment? So, we can scroll down just a little bit to the first two messages. Perfect. So, and I'm sorry, how do you say your last name? Is it Paolucci?
Paolucci.
Paolucci?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Paolucci, on November 20th at 1:41, you text Paul and ask him if he's headed there, correct?
Yeah,
And when you say there, you mean to Keith's house, right?
that's correct.
And Paul responds, no, we had a fire at my house at 5 a.m. this morning. We're at the police station in Ocean, correct?
Correct.
And you knew where Paul lived, right?
I did.
In Ocean Township.
Yes, I did.
So when Paul says we're at the police station in Ocean, you understood that to mean the Ocean Township Police Department, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the prosecutor had asked you if that was the first time that you were made aware that there was a fire at Paul's house, correct?
Correct.
And what was your response to that?
Scroll down, see what I said. I said, Paul, you need to go to your brother's house now.
No, I'm sorry. What was your response to the prosecutor when he asked you on direct? Is that the first time that you found out? I
Yes.
think you had answered yes, right?
Yes.
But actually, in the group text, Paul had told you at 1:15, so about a half hour earlier, he had told you in the group text, I had a fire this morning at 5 a.m. Do you recall that?
Yeah, the group text with Keith and me and Paul.
Would you want to see the message?
Sure.
Okay. Actually, did you publish this, sort of? Do you have any objection?
No, it's fine.
I'm going to just put it,
It's D55.
okay, just leave this. Yes, this is D55, and this is the group text. Not bad. Okay. So, at 1:10, you sent a text to Keith and Paul that says, Keith, your house is on fire, correct?
Yes,
And you say your neighbor called.
correct,
And that was at 1:10 also.
correct.
Paul responds immediately at 1:10 and says, did you call 911? Correct?
Correct,
And then you respond, my wife is calling now. I assume the neighbor did as well, correct?
correct,
And then Paul says, please let me know I had a fire this morning at 5 a.m.
correct.
Okay. So then a half hour later, when Paul mentions it again, he had already told you, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And I'm sorry, can we get those messages back up now? And we went through the message, it's on page 3. Ben, I can't believe this, that's Paul, right? Yep, right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, this is after you're telling Paul to go to Keith's house, right?
yes,
And you tell him twice. First, you tell him at 1:43. That's page 2. There you go. That's the first time you tell him, right? 1:43. You need to get to your brother's house now.
yes,
And then at 1:44, just a minute later, it's top of page 4. You tell him again, Paul, go to Keith's house, right?
yes,
And Paul's telling you he can't because he's at the police station,
Correct.
right? Yes, and he's telling you that the police won't let him go, correct?
I think you mentioned that, I don't know if it was after that, before that, but you mentioned it somewhere that he wasn't able to leave.
It's the top of page 5. Okay, so Paul says the police won't let us go,
Correct,
right?
yes,
So it's not like he doesn't want to go, he's telling you, I can't, the police won't let us, right? Yes?
yes,
And now, was Paul the first person that you called that day to tell about this fire? The first family
calling
member?
Keith.
Other than Keith?
Yeah,
Okay. Now, you called Paul because you know that they're very close, right?
correct, yes,
And you thought Paul would, of course, want to know if his brother's house is on fire.
yes,
And you assumed that because they're close, Paul Paul would want to be there if his brother's house is on fire.
Yes,
And you're recognizing that relationship between the two brothers and saying, you need to go there now. This is your brother and his house is on fire.
yes,
Okay. And when Paul says that he can't go because they won't let us go, he's asking you, like, are they okay? Tell me what you know, right?
correct, yes,
And at one point, he says, at the bottom of page 6, they said the kids were rescued, right?
correct.
They meaning the police, because he's at the police station. Is that what you understood?
Yeah, that's sustained. Don't answer that question.
Who did you understand they to be when he's texting you from the police station saying he cannot get there?
I don't know. Do you have any idea who the word "they" is?
No, I don't.
Sustained. Go ahead, next question.
So you didn't have any assumption as to what they meant?
Sustained. Next question. He said he doesn't know.
Well, you're having a conversation with Paul Caneiro, right?
Yes.
And you didn't ask him who's they, right?
No, I did not ask him.
Okay. And is that because you kind of understood what he meant?
I'm assuming yes.
Okay. So you're assuming that at the time you understood what he meant when he said they.
Yes.
And ultimately, he's asking you, on page 8, is my brother and Jen okay? I need to know.
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any idea why he's asking you for information?
I was either on the scene by then, or I know my wife was there.
Okay. And so he's hoping that you will give him information about what's going on, right?
Yes.
And ultimately, on page 9, at 156, Paul says, I can't breathe, and you don't respond to that, correct?
Correct.
Is that because you're busy at the scene or something else?
Probably by that time we were at the scene, and everything was chaotic that day.
Okay. And then at 8:15, you say, I'm so sorry for you meant loss, correct?
Yeah.
And so you're sending your condolences to Paul because, again, they're brothers, and this was a horrible thing that you found out happened, right?
Yes.
So, backing up a little bit, you mentioned that you are good friends with Keith, or you were good friends with Keith, and I'm sorry for your loss, by the way. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you said you were very close and you saw each other all the time.
Yes.
You were friends with him for about 4 years,
I'd say that, yeah.
and your sons were friends too.
Yeah, Jesse and my son were very close.
And how often do you see Keith?
Typically went out to dinner or out to lunch about once a week.
And how often would you go to his house?
I don't know about once a week, but we were there often. Maybe every couple weeks, every 2 weeks, 3 weeks we were there. It was either stopping by, saying hello, or picking something up, or.
So when you said all the time, you mean regularly,
Yes.
right? And pretty regularly.
Correct.
You would go there in the fall, spring, summer,
All the time.
winter?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes,
Sorry, we just have to.
I know. I apologize.
And I think you said you described Keith's house. It's big.
Yeah.
You're familiar with the inner workings of it,
Yes, very familiar.
and that you assisted Keith with certain things.
Yes.
And you said that Paul would be there at least some of the times.
I can recall 3 times he was there.
It was 3 times. Okay. And you're aware that there were other times where you weren't there, but Paul was there helping Keith.
I assume, yeah.
Well, I don't want you to assume. Are you?
I don't know
aware
when
that-
he was there, when he's not there. I wasn't tracking him like that. I don't know if he was there. If I wasn't there, I don't know where he was.
what I'm asking is this. On direct examination, the prosecutor asked you who else, to your knowledge, helped Keith with, because he wasn't a very handy person. And you said he would call either you or Paul.
Correct.
So you did have knowledge that Keith would ask Paul to help him out with things that Keith wasn't able to do himself because he
Yes.
wasn't handy, correct?
Yes.
And this is based on firsthand knowledge.
Correct.
So what are some of those things that, was it the pool? Was that one of them?
One of them, yeah, the pool, we changed the PVC pipes in the ground, we dug a hole and replaced the PVC pipes.
And like the solar panels or something like
Solar,
that?
there was some issues with solar panels, and I remember that, and then there was the drainage pipe, and then there was something in, I believe it was Sophia's room, it was about 4 times. Sophia's room had some type of valves or something in there that we were working on.
So Paul would help out Keith when Keith needed help with things.
Yes.
Fair? And when you went to Keith's house, were you like in all parts of the house, or were there any parts of the house that you did not go, like enter?
I've been all over that house.
So you've been in the basement.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever hang out in the basement?
Yes.
What about that summer? Did you hang out in the basement that summer?
Yes.
Okay. And so you were there over the summer at Keith's house, correct?
Yes.
This is the summer of 2018. And so, is that a yes?
Yes.
You must be aware then that it was Corey Caneiro who was living in Keith's basement over that summer?
I don't remember Corey living there.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay, so you're not sure?
Corey was never around when I was there. He never was at the family gatherings. He was not around much of that. So I didn't know Corey at all, really. I met him once.
Okay, you met, let's just break that down. You met Corey one time?
I believe so, once or twice.
Okay, but you've met Paul numerous times?
Yes, a lot.
And you said every time you were with Paul, Keith was also there?
Yes, I was never with Paul by myself. Unless one time I did go to his house to pick
hedge trimmer?
Hedge trimmer, yeah.
And you had texted him about that, right?
Yes.
And so you were friendly enough with Paul that you were, I don't know if you were borrowing it or picking it up for Keith, but you were friendly enough with Paul that you were texting him that day about a hedge trimmer.
Yes.
And you never texted with Corey?
No. No.
Okay, and did you text, so you didn't text Corey that morning on the 20th to tell Corey that Keith's house was on
I didn't
fire?
have Corey's number. I would have texted him.
Did you make any efforts to get Corey's number?
No.
Okay. And when you also mentioned that you would see Paul at the family gatherings.
Yes.
And Corey was there maybe once or twice, you said, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, but not much?
Not much.
Okay. And there were pretty regular family gatherings, right?
Yes.
There was Greek Easter, you said? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes.
Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Thanksgiving was at Keith's house?
I don't remember, but
Okay. Christmas? Were you around for Christmas?
we were around for Christmas.
And then Keith had a big pool, right?
Yes.
So were there like things over the summer with the pool?
Yeah. Always.
And did you know Claudia?
Claudia was the nanny, correct? Yes. I
So
knew
you
her.
were familiar with her?
Claudia and her husband, I forget his name. He was there for a while too.
Did you see them around a lot?
Yeah, I saw Claudia around a lot. I don't remember his name, but yeah, Claudia was there a lot.
And so she was like the kid's nanny, right?
Nanny, housekeeper, yeah, she was all that.
And are you aware that she was there like almost daily?
Yes,
Okay. And did you know Flavio?
I think that was her husband. Is that her?
Okay. Did he also do like kind of like groundskeeping stuff?
Correct, he
At
did.
Keith's house?
Yes.
And I don't know if you're aware, but are you aware whether he did it at Paul's house too?
I believe he did, yes.
So you're familiar enough with Keith's life where you know these people in his life, right? You
Yes.
know Flavio, who does like kind of groundskeeping, maybe landscaping for Keith and Paul, and you know Claudia, who's the nanny, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned Keith's house was big, right?
Yes.
It's a nice house, right?
It's a modern house.
It's a modern house. It's like a kind of people describe it as almost a mansion,
Yes,
right? And it's very nice. It's very updated.
correct, yes.
He built the house, right?
He designed it,
He
yes.
designed it, meaning like it wasn't already existing when he moved into
Correct.
it. He designed it how he wanted it.
That's correct.
And Keith owned multiple cars, right?
Yes,
Maserati.
yes.
Was that
I thought it was a Mercedes. He had a Boxster in a Porsche in the garage,
Porsche.
and I knew he drove an SUV Mercedes, and I think Jen might have drove in a Maserati, I'm not sure.
Jen had the Maserati.
Okay.
Okay. And Jennifer didn't work, right?
Not that I know, no, she didn't work.
She was like a housewife.
Yeah.
She was a homemaker.
Yes,
With Claudia's assistance, of course.
correct.
And we talked about some of these. Did you ever go on vacation with them?
We went to Atlantic City with them.
Atlantic City?
Yeah, just the couples, not the kids.
Okay. Was Paul ever there with
No.
you guys? Were you aware that Keith liked to vacation a lot?
He did.
And are you aware that he would travel to places like Miami and Greece and Florida and things like that?
Oh, yes.
And that a lot of times Paul would be there also with them.
I don't remember him ever being there with them.
You're unsure.
Yeah.
And when you say that you would hang out with Keith and Paul sometimes together, was that like at Keith's house? I think you said it sometimes at Keith's house, but also did you guys go out to lunch?
Went out to lunch a lot.
Did you out to lunch a lot? Did you go to Huddy's and Colts Neck and Danino's? Does that ring a bell?
I believe so.
Those are a couple places
Yeah.
you guys hung out at.
Yeah.
And did Paul ever come to your house?
He's been to my house before.
Was there a time where he helped you with water leaking into your home or something?
I think it was the hot water tank, if I'm not mistaken.
And so he was trying to help you out with that?
Yes. Or a full filter. I forget what it was, but yeah, he's been in my house before.
Okay. Now, you mentioned on direct that you went that Saturday night. So let's just try to get the dates because it's a little bit easier. So the date that we were just looking at with the text messages, that's the date of the fire, correct?
20th.
That was November 20th.
Yes.
And that was a Tuesday?
I believe so, yes.
So then Monday would be the 19th. And Sunday would be the 18th.
Yes.
And Saturday would be the 17th.
Correct, yes.
So on Saturday the 17th, you're going to 618 in Freehold.
Yes.
Nice spot. With Keith, right?
Correct, yes.
And you said that during the time that you were at dinner with him, you gave him some advice.
Yes.
And the advice was he needed to take care of himself and, to stop. You said he needed to start worrying about himself and stop supporting Paul.
I said himself and his family.
Start supporting himself and his family and stop, worrying about or supporting Paul. Is that
Worried about everybody else, I believe. I don't know if I specifically used Paul as name, but that's what I was referring to.
okay? You did say everybody else, right?
Yes.
But then the prosecutor asked you if you meant Paul, and you kind of said, well, yeah, Paul.
Yes.
So are you saying it was just Paul, or everyone including Paul?
I don't really recall at the time who I specifically meant, but it was more geared towards Paul because of the
Okay.
situation that was going on.
Okay. And so are you talking about, financially supporting him?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's your impression was that Keith was supporting Paul to some extent financially.
Yes.
Okay. Well, are you aware that Paul was receiving a significant amount of income and disability that he...
I knew he was on disability. I didn't know the amount of money he was receiving.
Okay. So you weren't aware of what Paul's financial situation was
Correct.
with respect to that?
As with respect to what his salary was and what he receives with the business, I don't know anything about that.
Okay. So you're just kind of trying to be a good friend, and based off of what Keith's telling you, you're giving him the best advice you can in the moment,
Correct.
right? Okay. Did you ever meet Paul's kids?
Yes, I have.
Katie and Marissa? Have you met them before?
Yes.
Yes. Where did you meet them?
Keith's house. I don't remember. I know that the young lady she had a dog bite. I remember that one time.
Katie.
Yeah, I remember Katie. I don't recall. I know he had 2 daughters. I don't remember the other one's name or meeting her.
So again, you're familiar with the family.
Yes. Yeah.
And just to circle back to you, you mentioned on direct that you were aware that Keith was taking classes,
Yes.
online school.
Yes.
And were you aware, did Keith ever mention Paul helping him by like taking some of the lab classes for him?
No.
He never mentioned that. So, after this happened, eventually you were interviewed by the police,
Yes.
right? In the interview, was on December 4th of 2018. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So that's about 2 weeks later?
I don't remember the dates of that date. I remember being interviewed by the police. I don't remember what dates they were though.
Sir, I know you mentioned that you don't remember the exact date. If I showed you a copy of your statement, would that help refresh your memory?
Yeah, of course. If you showed me the documentation, yeah.
So, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
So I'm approaching you with what's marked as S5, and this is a copy of the statement you gave to the police. I'm just going to direct your attention to...
The date?
Yes. And just read it to yourself and then let me know if you've... Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. So does that help refresh your memory?
Yes, it
what
does.
Date,
Yeah.
And what was the date?
December 4th,
Okay.
2018.
So this was 2 weeks later, right?
Yes,
But you were there that day on scene on the 20th.
I was.
And did you let anyone know, any law enforcement know that you were there?
Yes.
Did you speak to anyone?
Yeah, there was policemen all over the house,
And
all
how-
over the neighbor's house.
How did you identify yourself to them?
I was his friend,
His friend?
Yeah.
Like a close friend or just...
close friend. I'm assuming his close friend, I said.
And did you get the names of the officers you spoke to, or you're
I
not
don't
sure?
remember their names.
Okay. So you introduce yourself to whoever's on scene, you introduce yourself as a friend to these police officers, but you're not interviewed until 2 weeks later, right?
Yes.
And that was after Paul was arrested, right?
I don't recall when Paul was arrested.
Well, in the text messages, Paul never responds to you, right?
Which text messages?
The ones that we went through before?
At the end, no, he never
Yeah.
responded.
And the last message was from you to him at 8:15, right?
That's correct. He never responded again. So.
Okay. And so, at the time that you were interviewed, the police started asking you questions. At first it was kind of like just normal, what's your age, what's your occupation, are you married type questions, right? That's the
Yes.
beginning. By the way, you've seen this statement before?
Yes.
Did the prosecutor show it to you in preparation of your testimony?
They showed me. Yes.
Okay. It's really only, it's like maybe 2.5 pages at most, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Now it's a typed statement, right?
Correct.
The police never videoed you and got a video audio statement, right?
I don't remember being part of a video of it. If they had one in the room, they might have, but I didn't remember being videotaped.
Okay. So when they did this typed statement, was it typed transcription, like word for word? Or did they have the questions written out already?
I don't remember.
Too long ago?
Yeah.
Okay. So after the initial questions about, just biographical type questions, the first substantive question they ask you is, please tell, and this is on page 2, please tell us what knowledge you have of the business relationship between Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro. Is that the first kind of real question they ask you?
Yes.
Okay. And I know it's been a while. Is reading that helping refresh your recollection maybe
Yeah.
as to the interview? Okay, you can take a moment if you want.
Okay.
Okay, you can put it down and all. So the question questions that the police are asking you, they pertain to Paul, right?
Yes.
And they're asking you about the business, they're asking you if Keith discussed Paul's finances, your answer to that was no.
I'm trying to recall, but I can read it here. Do you know what question that is?
It's on line, it's cut off, but it's like, I'll just come over there.
You can just read it to yourself. I'm going to direct your attention to just like the questions.
Okay.
And this is your answer for this one.
Okay.
So, am I correct that they're asking you, again, about Keith and Paul's business relationship? They're asking about what would happen if, whether Keith discussed Paul's finances with you and you told them no.
Correct.
Okay. And
The question is specifically around the exterminator business, if he sold it. So that's when I said no. That was the question. With the finances.
right, the question is, did Keith discuss what would happen to Paul's finances if they were to
Sell the exterminator business.
And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct. I said no.
Okay. And so Keith didn't discuss, again, I think you sort of said this already, Keith didn't discuss with you the specifics of Paul's finances.
Correct.
And, but the police are trying to see if you have any information about Paul's finances, right? And then after that, they really only ask you a few more questions, and it's basically about whether you're aware of any electrical issues at Keith's house, basically how handy or not handy Keith is. Those are two questions that they asked you, right?
Yes.
And then we're going to go to the last question on page 4. And again, they're just asking you what, if anything, or whether Keith is handy enough to fix or attempt to fix certain things in his home, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they're asking actually about a generator, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, they don't ask you at any point about Paul and Keith's personal relationship, right?
Not in this. No, they did not.
Okay. And, when we talked just now, it sounds like you are familiar with their dynamic, correct?
Yes.
All right. And they didn't ask you about anyone other than Paul, correct?
That's correct.
They didn't ask you whether, based on you knowing what you know about Keith's life, because you're close friends, they didn't ask you if there's anyone that you would be aware of that might want to cause harm to Keith, right?
Correct.
They didn't ask you if there's anyone in Keith's life who had threatened him recently.
Not that I recall them.
Do you want to check your statement?
Yeah, I can check it. I don't. Correct.
They didn't ask you if you were aware of anyone who had threatened the family at all.
That's correct.
They didn't ask you anything about his marriage.
That's correct.
And they didn't ask you, since you're at Keith's house well, let me start there. They didn't even ask you how frequently you go to Keith's house, right?
No, they did not.
Okay. And they didn't, so then they also didn't ask you, you know, who you would regularly see at Keith's home.
Correct.
And they didn't ask you, they didn't ask you anything about a brother living in the basement, right?
That is correct.
They didn't ask you if there was anyone that Keith and or Jennifer were afraid of or had expressed any type of fear.
No.
And they didn't ask you anything about Paul's personality.
No.
They didn't ask you anything about Corey Caneiro, correct?
That's correct.
And they didn't ask you anything about Corey's dynamic with the family?
That's correct.
They didn't ask you the question I just asked you about how often you would see Corey with the family?
No, they did not.
And they didn't ask you anything about if you were aware, they didn't ask you if there was anyone in the family who had any tendencies of violence, did they?
No.
Objection, Judge.
I want to be heard at sidebar. So I'm going to, based upon what I have right now, I'm going to overrule the objection, allow the question to be asked again. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So just, the question was, during the course of your interview, the police never asked you whether you were aware of anyone in the family, anyone, who exhibited any violence.
No.
Now, just to be clear, you were willing to cooperate with the police, right?
Yes.
Because Keith was your very close friend, and as his friend, you cared a lot about him.
Yes.
So
And-
any question the police would have asked you, you would have tried to answer to the best of your ability and help them out, right?
Yes.
If the police wanted to interview you for hours, you would be willing to give them your time.
Yes.
The statement that you gave, though, was only about 33 minutes, correct? And to refresh your recollection, the start time is on the front and the end time is on the back by your signature.
Yes.
Okay, so the police spent about approximately 30-ish minutes with you.
Yes.
You said you don't recall when Paul was arrested and charged with Keith's.
I don't know what the specific date and time that was, no.
At no point in your interview or when you were on scene or when you're texting Paul, there was no point in time where you were trying to bring to the police's attention that you thought Paul should be a suspect, right?
That day, no.
And even when you were interviewed on the 4th, you know, you're answering their questions, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You're not. Ultimately, when you texted Paul that day on the 20th, you did so because based on your knowledge, as of then, on the 20th, they were close brothers, and Paul would want to be there for Keith the same way Keith would want to be there for Paul. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Paolucci, I showed you those passages on direct examination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. They were friendly between you and Paul Caneiro, correct?
Yes.
You had a good relationship back then, correct?
Yes.
And Keith had a good relationship with his brother, correct?
Yes.
And you were,
Judge, just objecting to the leading. I know it's.
I'm going to let him get to the point. Go ahead.
Mr. Paolucci, I guess my point is this. You were asked a bunch of questions about being, very familiar with Paul Caneiro and also close with Keith, correct?
Yes.
And you said they were very close, correct?
Yes.
Now, in that statement, I believe is up there in front of you. Do you have that statement still?
Yes, I do. The police statement,
That's
yes.
6, is that what it is?
It's 5.
It's 5, sorry. Now, you were asked some questions in that statement about the relationship between Paul and Keith, correct?
Yes.
So, on the morning of November 20th, 2018, besides Keith, you called who you thought might have information, correct?
That is correct.
And that was who?
Paul.
You called him despite some information that you had.
Objection leading, Judge. This is his witness.
Ask it another way.
Sure. Despite texting Paul, did you have information that was contrary to their
Like if there was a rift between the two?
Yeah.
Yes, there was.
Did you have a conversation about that rift at dinner a couple days earlier?
Yeah, I talked to Keith about it.
And it surrounded what?
Money.
Money in what way?
Money that was taken from an account from Keith. Business account.
By who?
Paul.
Keith told you.
Correct. And Jennifer told me the same thing.
Despite that, though, you texted Paul that day.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked a lot of questions about what the police didn't ask you, correct?
Yes.
And they asked you if you recall the names of any police officers or detectives you talked to on November 20th at the scene, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall their names?
I do not.
The report. I don't have a foundation.
Prosecutor, keep going.
I don't have, Judge, can I be heard?
Sure. Come on up.
I'm just going to show you this marked as 258, S258 identification. I'm going to gather that you don't recognize that.
No, I don't.
Okay. Does that appear to be a Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office report?
That's what it looks like.
Does it indicate who the author is?
Authored by Ryan
Okay.
Mahoney.
Do you independently remember Ryan Mahoney?
I do not.
Judge, I would just renew my objection. This witness has no familiarity with this document. It's not authored by...
You can use any document to refresh somebody's recollection, so I'm going to overrule your objection. Go ahead, prosecutor.
Mr. Paolucci, do you remember specifically what you told any of the detectives on scene initially on November 20th, 2018?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking to them?
I remember the officer that broke the news to us.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask you to take a look at this paragraph at the bottom, page 2 of 7. I don't want you to read it out loud. I don't want you to say anything. I will ask you a follow-up question. If you could just read that.
I read it.
Does that refresh your recollection as to like some of the initial information you gave to police?
It does, a little bit.
I just want to ask you one simple question. That having refreshed your recollection, do you recall who you were telling the police about?
Yes,
And who was that?
Paul Caneiro.
And was there a reason for that?
Yes,
And what was that reason?
the problems that Keith and Paul were having.
Do you know if whether or not on scene that day, the detective you were speaking to even knew if Paul Caneiro or Corey Caneiro even existed?
I don't know if he did or not. I don't know.
On the statement that's in front of you, S5, you were asked about that, the question on page 2 that you were asked, the first substantive question you were asked.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
That was about the business relationship.
Yeah.
Now, had you previously discussed the business relationship with police prior to that statement?
This is this. So let me get this right. This is the statement I went when the prosecutor's office, when I went to the prosecutor's office or to police station. I'm not sure where I was for this one. Yeah. Then that statement that you showed me before was the day of the November 20th.
On scene, let me just be clear. On scene, while the fire's going, are you there?
Yes.
And did you discuss the business relationship to police there?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Just hold on for 1 second. Just for the juror's sake, can you go to the front page of S5? See the front page there? If you look at that front page, does it say where your statement was taken?
Front page. Let's see. Taken at Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office on Jerseyville Avenue, Freehold, New Jersey.
Okay. Is that your recollection of
Yes.
giving a statement there?
That is correct.
Okay. And then there was another statement at another time? Or it's another conversation? I said that wrong.
Yes.
Okay. Everybody understand? Okay. Any cross? Go ahead.
The statement at the prosecutor's office, you were, on that first page the judge directed your attention to, you were interviewed by 2 detectives. It says questioned by and then witnessed by, correct?
Yes.
And you were questioned by Detective Petrozello, is that right?
Yes.
From the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
That is correct.
Okay, and then it says witnessed by, and it says Detective Mahoney, right?
That is correct.
Also of the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, right?
Yes.
So this 2.5-page statement was actually taken by the prosecutor's office, not by local police, right?
And they're detectives. I'm not sure if they're local police or not. I don't know.
Well, they're
I don't know how it works. But it says a detective, so I'm assuming a detective is a police officer.
So it says the detective, and then underneath it, it has their title.
Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Right, so you're a detective with the Monmouth County
Okay.
Prosecutor's Office. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor asked you about, so let me just get this straight. You're texting Paul, telling him you need to go to Keith's house, right?
Yes.
You say, get to Keith's house now, you gotta get there, right?
Yes.
And Paul's saying, I can't, I'm at the police station, but you're insisting that he should go there because something is wrong,
Yes.
right? And then you get there and you speak to a police officer, right?
Yes.
Now, that statement was summarized in the report that the prosecutor just showed you, right?
Yes.
It wasn't like it's not like this one where it's question, answer, and it's not like a transcript of what happened.
That's correct.
Right? It's just the officers recounting what they say you said.
That is correct.
Do you have an independent recollection of what you said 7 years ago?
8 years ago, no.
Okay. Because when I asked you initially if you had any conversations with any officers on scene, you seemed like you didn't really recall anything specific.
I remember we were very upset that we found out that the babies were dead. Jen was dead and Keith was dead, so we were all, I don't remember everything that happened that day, but everybody was crying, everybody was upset, so.
When you spoke to, where's that exhibit? The report? I'm going to show you again S25, S258. This is the report that they just showed you.
Yes.
Right? And who is the detective at the bottom?
Mahoney.
Okay, and that's the same detective who was present for your statement at the prosecutor's office a couple weeks later.
Yes.
After you're texting Paul and you're saying, you have to get to Keith's house, you have to get to Keith's house, something's wrong, my wife's crying, I don't know what's going on. Did you go there and like blurt out, this is what's happening with the brothers, or were you asked?
I don't recall if I was asked or if I blurted it out.
Okay. Well, when you were having your initial conversation with the police officer, would those be like the first words out of your mouth? Oh, there's a business issue?
No.
Okay. That came up during the course of a conversation.
I'm assuming yes.
Okay. And you mentioned to the detective at the time that you were aware that there was maybe some, like you called it a rift?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're aware that Paul and Keith, although close brothers, but they did own two businesses together, right?
Yes.
Things weren't always perfect, right?
Yes.
Had you seen them have disagreements in the past?
Not really, no. Not that I remember, like nothing, no.
Nothing that you personally observed?
No, nothing that was, no, nothing.
As far as you're aware, every time you experienced an interaction with the brothers, things were copacetic. They were fine.
Yeah, we were out to lunch, we were having lunch or dinner.
Okay. So, the issue with whether or not there was some sort of disagreement about the businesses, that doesn't come up until you're talking to a detective on scene, or an officer and someone.
Correct.
Okay. And the only person that you're hearing, the only side of the story you're hearing this from is Keith, right?
Keith and Jennifer.
Okay. Let's talk about that. Because the prosecutor asked you about money missing from an account, right?
Yeah.
And you were asked about that in your statement, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is actually, you say, Jennifer mentioned 6 months ago that Keith was very upset with Paul, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't hear this from Keith, you actually heard this from Jennifer.
Keith also mentioned it.
Okay, well that's not what you said in your statement though, right?
He said Keith had also mentioned to me on the phone.
He said, don't get me started, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't say that he mentioned to you the money being taken from the account.
He did mention it. I
Okay,
remember
he
him
did.
recalling.
All right,
the money.
and so when they mentioned to you, you're saying 6 months ago, does April sound about right?
For what?
From November? Whenever Jennifer and Keith mentioned to you the money missing from the account, would that be approximately April?
It looked like I said 6 months ago from the
Okay.
statement.
And you're estimating, right?
Yes.
It's not like 6 months to the day.
Yes, of course.
So you could be referencing at the time frame of April.
Yes. Assuming if it's 6 months, I'm assuming that would be April, yeah, from November, or from December. If this is December, then it would probably be around June.
Okay. So, just to be clear, approximately April.
Well, I mean, if it says 6 months and this was in December, then I'm assuming that it was in June.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Like, when you said 6 months, were you calculating 6 months in your head, or were you just like roughly 6 months ago?
I don't recall 6 months, but it looks like in December I mentioned 8 years ago that Jen mentioned 6 months ago, and this was in December, so 6 months would probably be around June or May.
Around June.
Yeah.
Okay, or May.
Yeah,
Right.
depending on.
April, May, June. Around that time, Jennifer and or Keith tell you that they were upset with Paul about money from an account?
I remember Jennifer mentioned first, and then I remember talking about it with Keith later on. It wasn't that same day that Jennifer mentioned it.
Okay. But you had interacted with Paul and Keith since then, right?
Yes.
And they weren't still mad, right?
Not that I saw.
Like, again, you said every time you were with them, things seemed copacetic and fine, right? So whatever it was, they'd gotten over it, right?
I don't know if they got over it, but I didn't see anything between the two that would say like we would still go out to dinner, we would still hang out. It was still Paul was still around.
Right. It wasn't like Keith said to you, "That's it. We're not hanging out with Paul. He's no longer invited. I'm still mad at him." That never happened.
No. He never said it to me. No.
Okay. Sir, you said that you were familiar with Keith's house, right?
Yes.
You had been there like plenty of times.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so you were familiar with the sort of like front side entrance of his home?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a photograph. It's marked D1-1. And I'm just going to ask if you can identify what is depicted in this photo.
That's the front of his house.
Okay, and do you know how, based on this photograph, can you surmise how that photo is taken?
Yeah, you're standing at the front door. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like side, and then you're just staring at the front of the. I guess that would be the front of the house. The driveway's. You're coming up the driveway, and this is the wall you would see. And if you're standing at the front door, you're taking the picture from the front door out towards the side of the house or the front of the house.
Okay. Permission to publish?
No objection.
Go ahead.
Can I just have the, okay. So this is the photo we're looking at, and just to be clear, so this right here, I'm pointing to this like this window in the middle of the in the photograph.
Now, wait a minute. That's right. There was a door that they never used because it was broke. Mm-hmm. It was next to those windows, and then you're right. There was a side entrance because that front door they didn't use it because it never worked. It never opened. Or it was something wrong with it. It either leaked or they never used it. They always used the side entrance with the coat rack.
Okay. And
You can kind of see the sill of the front door there. I forgot about that door. We never used that door. We always just came in through the side.
so is this like a porch?
Yeah.
And you said there's a door here somewhere that's
Now,
broken?
right next, you can see the sill of the door on the floor there, next to the window. No, that's stairwell. Come all the other
You're
to the
talking
wall.
about here?
To the wall.
Hold on for a second. Is this marked?
Yes, D1-1.
D1-1. Can we hand him the little stylus? Yeah, you can give that to him. Sir, tell us circle where you're talking about so at least we know where we are on this page.
That's the front door sill.
Gotcha.
There was a main door there. We would walk in through this side door here. All the time, there was a coat room there.
Okay. And do you see the driveway depicted in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you just circle the driveway, the general area? Okay, and is that a car that we see in the driveway also?
Yeah, that's part of the driveway. I mean, the driveway would go all the way down to the road. It was
Okay.
a big, long driveway. It was gravel.
And is this based on, I mean, we're looking at it, this is a nest photo?
I'm assuming it says Nest on there. I don't. Yeah.
Did you have knowledge of the fact that Keith had Nest cameras?
We have cameras everywhere in that house.
Okay, including this one, right?
Yeah.
Can you leave that there for a second? Can we print that?
Oh, wait, hold on, let me,
You got to go up. There you go. You got it.
That's good.
Yep. We're going to mark that as D1.1A. You said it was 1.1, D1.1?
Yes.
Okay, 1.1A for the record. Okay, you're good, Ms. Massalone. sir, in the corner, there's a spot where it says undo there. Can you just hit that a few times? That'll take everything that you did off the screen. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Just one more question based on this photo. Was this the only house that you're aware of that Keith owned?
That's the only one I'm aware of that he owned.
Anything in Greece?
Oh, they had that house, he just redid the house in Greece, I'm
He
sorry.
was
Yeah.
working on a house that
He was working on the, I don't know if they finished it by the time this happened, but yeah, they were redoing the house where Jennifer's father would stay there all the time. In the summertime, he would spend the summers there.
Thank you.
Mr. Decker?
Judge, I have nothing further.
Okay, sir, you can step down. Thank you, sir. Just please make sure you leave everything there. Mr. Decker or Ms. Mastalone will clean it all up. You can go. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 12 minutes to 5. We're going to have a half day today. We're going to end a little early. Nothing, huh? Well, I got you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to conclude for today. We're going to start back up just like we did today. It'll be at 8:30, so I'll ask you to be here around a little before 8. I'm always going to take you downstairs. Obviously, you heard a lot of testimony today, but it's just the beginning. So I don't want you to discuss this case as you're going to room to get your stuff or walking down the hall on your way home tonight. Inevitably, your family's going to be asking you questions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any research with anyone or have anyone do anything for you. There's obviously, because it's clear that the media is here, so you are not to discuss this or look at anything, and or it's very important that you tell everyone that you know, family, friends, whatever it is, that they are not allowed to provide you with anything that's in the media. They're not allowed to. You're not allowed to provide you with any social media posts, anything. You are to basically be off all internet as much as you possibly can, except for certain things that you may need to do. Otherwise, I'm going to ask for you to stay off it. Otherwise, I hope that you have a good night. You guys kind of had a feel today of what it's like for lunchtime and how quickly it goes. So if you want, again, you can bring snacks for the morning break. If you want water or extra stuff with you, bring it with you so you can have it up here for any breaks. And we'll continue exactly the way we did today. We'll keep it in this general vicinity of time, somewhere between 4:30 and 5 o'clock of getting you out. If we get done early on a particular day, we'll let you know that. But otherwise, I hope you have a nice night. Please be safe. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Thank you.